Hey folks, how we doing? It's your boy, DM Cerberus, aka Cerb, aka Kai, and we're back once again for a little bit of fun and a little bit of madness in regards to some D&D. So we do have a few people that can be joining us tonight, which is going to be hella good fun. We have a new campaign that is in the works that I've been working on for a little while. And of course, it is the first session that I have ever run on stream. Do I feel prepared? Nope. Am I going to tell the players that? Nope. Before we do get into it, I do just want to say hello to everyone who has dropped in so far. So of course we got Maddie, Dungeons, Dragons, that's it, you know it. Blaze, sup? Good to have you dropping in, fella. Mike coming in hosting the channel, I super appreciate it, buddy. And Joe coming in and resubbing, hells yeah, dude, I super appreciate that. I appreciate it too of you. Okay, so of course we then have Raz, we have Mike, Maddie, Raven dropping in. Wonderful to see you all. So one thing that I do want to make clear to everyone, the stream is going to be a little bit different to how I tend to stream. I tend to try and be as responsive to stream as possible. Where I'll try and respond to your comments as much as possible. And funnily enough, the messages just popped up there. I will be responding to chat less. I will be responding to all of you a little bit less during this. Because we're going to be focusing on trying to keep the immersion, trying to keep the content going, the story flowing, as it were. But like it says, we are going to be taking frequent breaks and things like that. And I'm fairly certain, other than the those kind of sound alerts and stuff, a lot of them are turned down or switched off. I may be going ahead and ignoring a lot of them. Give me a second, actually. I'm going to switch off some of them for this stream. I knew there was things that I wasn't going to have done, but that's fine. Welcome in. I'm going to turn these off. There we go, so I've turned a few bits and pieces off there, folks. Everyone does still have their welcome in, which is their air horn. I am going to be ignoring it most of the time, of course, unless I'm doing a break and such. But yeah, good to have you dropping in. How are you doing? Thank you for coming to say hello. Just to make sure respectful during the actual active campaign so they can get through the story. Absolutely, yeah. So it's so that people don't miss anything, you know. We do have 3 other streamers in the party, 2 of which are going to be streaming tonight. Actually, whilst we are, before we do get into the game, I'm going to go ahead and give each of them a shout out there. So, Painted Kitten is one of our players, so make sure to go show some love over on her stream there. And we also do have our boy Lightning Hound. Absolutely incredible supporter of the stream, just started streaming himself. Go show some love to either of those two, and yeah, you'll be able to see their perspectives and things like that. I don't know how they've got their screens set up and such. I know that I've made a couple of scenes specifically to show D&D info. We might get that set up so that we've got kind of a group thing going on in the next few weeks. I join with me bleeding out. I'm in my living room. Okay, K-Shape. I hope you're not bleeding out. But we are going to hop into Discord here. I mean, then you should probably get yourself to the hospital if that's the case. Don't be hanging out on the stream here. Go get the medical help that you need if you're losing blood like that, buddy. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, exactly, please. Priorities there. Make sure that you're okay. Don't worry about the stream. We will be here afterwards. we are going to go ahead and hop into Discord, say hello to everyone, and figure out who is going to be the first for the one-on-one sessions. Dog steps on your foot. Oh, that's not fun. Yeah, no, not great. Yeah, nah, Mike. Honestly, it shouldn't be a problem. Like, as long as people are being respectful, so it's all good. I mean, Keisha, you should still be extremely careful. Make sure that you do get it checked out. But yeah, we're going to hop into Discord, figure out who's going to be going first. The order of today's session is going to be a little different to how we typically run the D&D sessions. Sessions. How I'm going to be starting off the campaign is doing a small one-to-one session with each of the players, and then once I've done all 4 of the players, we'll jump into a little bit of a session just to kind of tie all of their backstories into into the story, into the start of the campaign, and they'll all be in the same place ready to start. They will have had some reasons to interact with each other. We'll have had some things going on, but you know, you'll find all that out for the rest of this stream, folks. So absolutely, we're going to hop in, go say hello to everyone, and get started. Okay, Shay, make sure to get it checked out at the very least. Make sure to have someone have a look at it. Maddie and Mike are absolutely here, ready to commit violence and look after all of us. I love it, it's great. Anyway, let's go hop into Discord and say hello to everyone. Hey folks, how we doing?
Howdy, howdy.
Hello.
Hello.
So, I've got everything set up and going on my end. Everyone else set up? I know obviously Kitten and Hound, you're both looking to stream this, aren't you?
I'm not gonna stream it, not this time.
That's completely fair. Like I said, this is going to be kind of more getting into bringing everyone together to start the campaign proper from next session.
Yeah, in fairness, I was just looking forward to, you know, like Saturday evenings with a cup of tea, wrapped in a blanket, but now I have to stream as well. Oh,
Of course, you absolutely don't have to. But you know, you're more than welcome to. In that case, though, I'm going to ask, how are we going to figure out who goes first? Are we going to do it by the dice?
First dice
Ooh.
roll. 4. It's 4 of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a D4.
Well,
It
what I'm
looks
going to
mighty
do
sparkly.
is I'm going to deafen myself for a minute. All
Okay.
of you decide on which numbers 1 to 4 each of you are, and then I will roll a dice here, and whoever I roll on will be the first person to go first and have their one-to-one session. If I can find
sounds
those.
good.
I'll put them in my bag here. Yep, there they are. Lovely stuff. Everyone gets the ASMR of actual rolling dice as well.
Ooh.
Best.
So yeah, I'll disappear for a moment, and I'll be back in a minute, guys. Well, good luck to whoever goes first. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm excited for this. This is gonna be real good fun. I do have some prep, or a lot of prep done, but not sure I've got all of it done. Not everything that I need. So yeah, like I said folks, we are going to be kind of a lot less interactive with the actual stream when we get started here. So what's going to happen, what I'm going to be doing is each of the 4 players are currently choosing a number for themselves between 1 to 4. I'm going to roll a d4, a 4-sided dice, and whichever number it rolls on is the person who's going to go first with their one-to-one session. Effectively what I'm doing is I've designed kind of a very simple session between myself and that one player to bring them from their backstory to where the campaign properly kicks off and gets started. Depending on how far we do get tonight, that is going to be where we end it at the end of the 4 one-to-ones. If we do get through them quick enough, I do have a little bit prepared that we'll continue on for, but we will play it by ear because we have started a little later than I was planning to. I was planning to start about an hour ago, but I just wasn't fully prepared. That's just the way it is. So yeah, it all depends on what I roll on this 4-sided dice right now. Well, let's hop back into Discord and go see what is going on there, folks. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Has everyone
Hello.
decided on their numbers?
We have, yes.
Wonderful. Well, I suppose it's all up to the fate of the dice now. Okay, who was number 4?
That was
Ooh.
me.
Okay, well, Hound, it looks like you, my friends, are going to be first for our little one-to-one session here. A little bit of fun. So
Yeah,
I'm going to go
Sounds
ahead,
good.
drag you over into the DM Secrets channel there, and we'll get started. The rest of you
Alright.
folks, hang out, have fun, and we'll catch you in a bit, I suppose.
Roger that.
Hello, buddy. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Good, good, good. So, I just need to pull up my sheet here. But how are you feeling? You looking forward to the campaign and such?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting. Again, basically a complete noob and have like 30 minutes of experience, but I think it's gonna be entertaining.
Absolutely, that's very much kind of what we're planning to do here. So, the way that the one-on-one session is going to work, I'm going to kind of go over your backstory a little bit, just see if there's anything that kind of we need to add or update or discuss or anything like that. Having a look, I'm pretty sure you did name pretty much everyone in your backstory that was going to be significant in some way. The only name that I did want to ask is, did you ever have a name for the instructor of the militia?
I may have skipped over that. Let me skim through my article real quick.
Yeah, for sure. I've just had a look myself and I couldn't see a name. If there is one, no, sweet, like I'll use one. If not, then I can absolutely pull a name out of my ass.
Yeah.
And we can just run it and see how it goes. But yeah, from what I can see, starting from your backstory, you're 23 or very nearly 23 years old now, in human years. You are, of course, a Goliath, and the character that you're playing is named Parok. Is that how it's pronounced?
Yes, Porok
Parok.
Valunathu.
Nice. So, having a look here, is there anything else that I did need to check before we hop in? Actually, yeah, super quickly, if I could get your current armor class, which of course will change as we sort out all of your equipment and such for when we actually need it.
Yep. As of right now, it looks like it's a 12.
Currently, yes, because we haven't given you any actual armor to wear. That's something that we'll figure out as we go through. Your max hit points?
12.
12, and your passive perception there.
Passive perception.
It should just be at the bottom of your skill list there. Should have a
Oh,
little
I
box.
passive wisdom, perception,
Yep.
10.
That's a 10. Okay. Well, you're about as aware of everything as the average person. So, whether that's good or bad, we don't know, but we'll find out. So, I think that's everything. If you're ready, we will hop straight in.
Yeah, I just generated a name for that instructor. And if you want to, I don't know if you want to write that down or not.
Yes. What was the name there?
Zardud. So Z as Z, Alpha, Romeo, Delta, Uniform, Delta.
Zardud. That's very cool. Very nice. Wonderful. Well, on that note then, what can be said about Perrock? Disregarding the fact that he's 8 foot tall and has muscles upon muscle, he's a powerful Goliath, his experiences marking him stronger than others who would stumble with the weight of his past. Regardless of this though, he holds his head high and stands a stalwart warrior on the battlefield, crushing skulls and limbs alike, whilst also having heightened awareness to be able to assist his allies where needed. Perrock's story starts with him leaving the town near Coldwoods, the town that you called your home for a number of years. As we begin this retelling, you're riding out of the gates of the town, having rested and gathered the majority of your equipment. Other than generic kind of travelling gear such as backpack, roll mat, tent, rations, all that sort of generic stuff, is there anything that Perrock would want to grab before setting off from his home?
The only things that he would keep would be the talisman or the necklace that he had when he was as a young child, which
Of
was
course, the one that he was gifted. It's half a talisman, isn't it?
yes, it was the half a talisman, which is the only thing that he recalls from his mother.
Yeah, absolutely. So of course you do have that, and you have the ring that was gifted to you as well.
Yes. And outside of that, I would assume he would have kept the sturdy club and shield which was used during the combat in the village.
Yeah, so no, you certainly would have kept hold of your weapon and your shield. Specifically, that would have been what was issued to you by the militia. And part of their training would very much be you keep your weapon and your shield to hand to be able to protect your home if anything were to happen in an instant. So you're absolutely able to, you know, have both your shield and your weapon there. So of course you've got your weapon, your shield, generic travelling gear, both the ring and the half a pendant from your backstory and from your history. Is there anything else that you would potentially grab before you would leave?
So Parag, being the kind of individual that he is, he understands that supplies and being on a farm are pretty difficult, and so just taking extra food or taking extra water, things like that, would put his family at odds end, for the next day, things like that. So he would have taken just enough to get him on the road and nothing more.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. As we discussed, there would be a very good chance that as he looks to start travelling, he would probably do odd jobs and work here and there to be able to earn money or food and rations and such to continue travelling. With that foresight, you do leave behind some extra supplies that you were planning on taking, but of course, considering your family, you're like, you know what? No, I think they may need it more than I do, and you start to set off. With that, where am I here? So, at this point, you start saying goodbye to your adoptive family. and they give you the family's strongest horse, a true stallion that's actually able to carry your weight. You mount your horse and you start to ride along the path leading away from town, leading west towards the Sword Coast proper. Your first day of travel is mostly uneventful, nothing to note other than the changing from the field lands that you recognise as surrounding the village to a slightly more wild forested area. Finding a place to set up camp for the night, you set up your tent, which is, for you, honestly, really more a waterproof sheet that you can stretch to make into into a tent shape that's large enough for you. And you decide to get an early night and an early start to the next day. Your fire slowly smoulders out as your mind fades into darkness with the encroaching sleep. Right, give me just a moment here. As you fall asleep, however, your dreams are not pleasant. Recalling some of the most horrific events to have happened to you, your nightmares push you to recall the brutality of the day your tribe fell. You remember the blood and the screams ripping into your consciousness and your core. Distinct images start flickering through your head. Memories of people you knew being cut down with shining blades. You hear the sounds of blades clanging against armor or cutting into flesh. The panic and the terror in the air is palpable. It's vivid, brutal. But as much as this is horrific to see again, this nightmare has plagued you from time to time, and is no shock. This time, however, as you relive this awful moment, there are details that you start remembering that stick out to you now. The shining blades, looking like they were crafted by a master. The blades shining and polished, definitely not the weapons typical of what your tribe would carry, or what neighbouring tribes would carry. The armour itself, harder, sturdier, stronger, much more defined, much more work gone into it. And finally, the most blatant detail that sticks in your minds is a highly stylized letter R, embossed into the various different weapons, armor, and even the banners they carried. What this icon means, you don't quite know. You don't know anything about it, but it seems significant enough that your mind does turn and start to focus on it. As you wake, you remember these details and remember that R icon with distinct clarity. I know that you've not particularly put anything in about your character being an artist or anything, but if you so choose to do so, you would be able to draw this icon without any problem. Like, it's that kind of clear in your mind that you'd be able to trace it onto paper without an issue. So, as you wake and you start to gather your things, is there anything that you'd want to do as you prepare for the day of travelling ahead?
So what I would do is go on and make sure the fire is completely out, tossing dirt on it, try to cover up tracks and that may have been there, and then feed and water the horse.
Yeah, of course. So you make sure to take time to prepare your horse as well as yourself, giving it rations and such, food that, you know, you wake up, find yourself hungry, and you naturally kind of consider the horse is also going to be working hard today, so we'll need the same nourishment, the same nutrition. And so, unless there's anything else?
Let's see. I think the final thing would be to just kind of do one quick look over the area, just to make sure nothing has fallen out of the tent, the bag, just to make sure that nothing is left that shouldn't be left.
Of course, yeah. So you take a couple of minutes just kind of pacing around, making sure that nothing has been left behind, fallen out of your bag or anything like that. You make sure that that is the case, and it is. And so you mount your horse and continue to start to ride. And as you continue travelling on, you find yourself moving at a slower pace than the day before. This nightmare, although it's one that you've relived a number of times, really wrecked your body this time, and your sleep was really quite poor. The day itself, again, is uneventful. You continue travelling for a while, and upon finding a small grove and starting to set up for the night once again, you hear a rather familiar voice call out to you. "Parok, eyes up!" Recognising this as a phrase used by your mentor, you turn to see the head of the town militia, your personal mentor and former human soldier of the Swords Coast, Zardud. He smiles, raising a hand to wave you down, and walks over to join you.
So walk up to him and almost like the training that has been instilled from many months and fatigue and going through so many experiences together. He goes to attention when he's within about 5 to 10 paces, and gives a quick and brief salute before going to a parade rest.
Yeah. So as he continues approaching, and you do so, you see him kind of chuckle and kind of raise a hand, kind of putting you at ease and almost dismissing any formality between the two of you. It's all right. Don't worry. I'm not here on any formal business. We can speak candidly. So I hear that you're leaving home.
Yeah, so in that last piece of combat where the bandits raided the town, I felt something kind of stir inside of me, something that I needed to pursue. And so I decided to go on and take the plunge and try to find this inner calling and try to figure out who it is, what I need to be, and try to just find myself. I've been inside this village for almost my entire life. I don't know anything else outside of the fields, and it's time for me to, be a man, go and find my own way.
And with that, he looks at you, nodding with a look of understanding on his face. I lived a similar life. I grew up in a small town similar to the one that we've both lived in for a number of years, and it wasn't until I left and started to travel to Swords Coast and became a soldier that I found who I am. Some people need to travel to be able to find that. And if that's the case for you, then I wish you luck and I hope you find what you're looking for. He gestures to your fire that you started getting going. And he kind of looks kind of a little hopeful. May I join you for the night?
Yeah, sure. You're more than welcome to come and sit by the fire, and we can maybe recount some of the good old days from the camp, or we can just shoot the breeze.
Absolutely. That sounds like a plan. And so he brings over his horse and such, and sits down on a bed on kind of this log that's set not too far from the fire. You picked kind of a specific spot because there was a couple of logs sat around what was almost set up as this little campfire spot. So you set up the fire there, and he sits kind of just talking to you about the old days and about things happening. And kind of midway through his sentence, he kind of interrupts himself. Oh, I remembered something. And he walks over to his horse and starts rifling around in the saddlebags.
Hey, what's going on? What'd you forget?
And he kind of looks back. He's like, just a second. And with that, he actually finds what he's looking for. Pulling out of the satchel bag, he retrieves a fairly fine crafted box. He sits down kind of opposite you, and kind of positions the box so that when he opens the lid you can see inside. And as he does so, inside you see a hexagonal, wonderfully carved wooden batten that has metallic strips and a metallic core running through it as a support and to strengthen it. He smiles as he slowly pulls it from the box and offers it to you. Can I speak frankly?
Yeah, what's going on?
Honestly, you were probably one of my best mentees, one of my best students. And that's saying something. I've taught for a long time. And seeing you grow as you have and have this dedication moving forward, I saw it that day. So I decided to have this commissioned. And of course, it arrived the day that you had already left, so that's why I'm here. And he offers it over to you.
So I reach over and grab this baton, and I can feel the heft behind it, and give it a little swing left and right, just trying to get used to it a little bit.
It's a very, very well balanced weapon, and as you kind of start inspecting it and looking over it, you see kind of there's no imagery depicted in the carvings, but they're kind of very, very nice carvings throughout the entire thing, and you kind of look at yourself saying, like, this isn't like just a normal weapon that someone's made. Like, someone's poured a lot of time and effort into this, and as you're looking at this, you're like, this looks like it's been crafted by like a master weaponsmith kind of thing. You're like, this is a master crafted weapon. Mechanically, it is no different to the weapon that you're currently using. You just notice the difference in quality almost. There's been a lot more time and effort poured into this weapon that he's just gifted to you.
Yeah, and it's like as I'm looking at it, I take my hand, kind of run along it, feeling the different ridges and feeling how everything just kind of feels like it should be there. The grip is perfect. Everything just feels as it should. And I look up to him and I'm saying that this is a weapon that, to be honest, that I'm probably not worthy of having.
I'd say different. I'd argue differently. I've experienced a lot in my life, young Parok. I've fought for the Sword's Coast, for Waterdeep, for the Lord's Allegiance, and I've seen many a people destined for both great and horrible things. And I've seen them grow from younger than you are now into the people that they become. And I've got a feeling that you're going to do something bigger than you can imagine with your life. You will find a purpose, you will find your reason to be out there. Like I said, some people need to leave and go and find that. And sometimes that is the first step of a great journey. And for any great journey, a warrior should have a great weapon to carry at his side.
I'm just sitting there nodding and just kind of listening and understanding the meaning and power behind his words, because this guy basically taught him how to be a warrior and how to protect people. And so to hear it from him, it means more to him than if it was just
than anyone else that would be saying that to him. No, absolutely. And he knows the impact of his words. He knows he's had many students before. He knows how his words will impact them, and when he does something like this, he knows that it's something that is significant to them, as it is significant to him in a sense. But after he offers you this and you actually accept the weapon, he continues talking to you, and actually reveals that he's heading to Waterdeep He's heading for a reunion with some other former soldiers. It's been many years since they've decided to meet, and it's something that was kind of planned last moment. He does seem very excited about the fact, and seems to want to get there rather soon and rather quickly. And he kind of looks to you and your horse, and offers to travel with you. Of course, you're looking for somewhere to start your adventure, and as he describes it, uh, Waterdeep is one of the biggest cities in the world, and if there's anywhere to find adventure and find yourself, a good place to start would probably be Waterdeep.
Yeah, it's like, I appreciate the company there, because I mean, while I have general directions and following the local farmers, pointing me in the right direction, be able to actually have somebody to kind of point me in the right way,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
it could be a good time.
Absolutely, yeah. So you do kind of continue talking, and you find that it actually starts to get rather late. At this point, he's pitched his own tent, and you take it in turns to take watch for the night and such. And the next morning, you set off. The rest of your actual travel is quite uneventful. You continue having conversations with him. There are some lessons that he teaches you whilst out in nature about kind of being wary of predators in areas, and watching for tracks and things like that. Just things that you may need to try and survive. Just little tips and tricks here and there. But as you do start to approach Waterdeep, and this is after a little while of travel, um, excuse me, the roads themselves go from these dusty dirt path roads leading through forests and fields and such into slowly cobbled streets. And after that, they start to become rather well maintained cobble streets as you get onto one of the main thoroughfares leading into and towards the city of Waterdeep. As you continue travelling and you get closer to the entrance of Waterdeep, you find that there's a large group forming. Um, and Zardu kind of looks to you and then looks back to the group as the two of you continue riding in, and he looks slightly concerned but more confused. Um, and he explains to you, they don't tend to shut the gates before sundown unless something's happened in the city. Waterdeep, all three of the gates stay open until the sun sets. Let's go ask and find out what's going on. So he hops off his horse as the both of you have approached this large kind of thronging group, and starts to push his way through with you kind of following behind him, leading up to the guards in front of people, kind of cordoning them off and trying to hold them, and just kind of they're not forcefully pushing people back, but they're just kind of signaling and saying to people, no, you can't enter, there's the city's in lockdown and such. And as you approach, you're hearing this and you're kind of like, why is the city locked down completely? And as Zardud approaches and starts talking with one of the guards, you do find out a little bit more of the story. So it seems just yesterday, there was a sighting of a highly dangerous criminal within the city. The guards have locked down the city as soon as the sighting was reported, and as soon as it was reported and the guards locked down the city, they've been searching it from top to bottom. Current word on how long it may take, they're not sure, but the gates should open again tomorrow morning, is what they believe. They're almost coming to the end of their kind of city-wide search, looking to find out if this criminal is here. Because from what the guards are saying, he's a very dangerous individual and needs to be apprehended. They don't go into details about any of his specific crimes or why he's dangerous, but they're very adamant on the fact that he needs to be apprehended, and they need to take every step of precaution that they can. So, unfortunately, it seems that you will not be able to enter the city tonight. Zarzud walks over, a little annoyed and flustered, turning back to you. Well, Parok, I think the best bet, with the fact that we won't be able to enter the city tonight, is to head up to the field ward on the north of the city. It's not the nicest of places, but we'll certainly be able to find board and somewhere to rest for the night whilst we wait for the gates to open again. I've also got a couple of contacts up there, so once I've spoken to them, I may disappear to go and meet my former soldiers. And once I've situated with them, I wanted to ask, would you want to meet them?
Yeah, to be able to meet up with people that you've had the opportunity to work with and train and be there for them, I think that'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of interesting to see that connection.
Absolutely. Well, I do know of a couple of taverns inns inside the city itself. And if I recall, there is one up in Field Wards that doesn't particularly ask too many questions and tends to be fairly open and happy to rent a room to anyone. Unfortunately, with such a vast variety of races and groups within the city, there are people that show... what's the right word for this? Racism. That's the word. Unfortunately, because there's such a variety of races, there is racism that does sometimes run rampant with certain circles. But from what I know, Brian's is a pretty safe place to stay for the night. And so he mounts it up on his horse and waits for you to do so.
Yep. So I put one foot into the stirrup and flip on over and get ready to follow.
Absolutely, and he leads you round. It takes a couple of hours, actually, following the path that leads around the outside protective wall of the city. It actually takes almost 2.5 hours to get all the way from the south gate where you are, all the way up around to the north gate where the field ward is. As you pass the gate again, you see a very similar scene to what you saw just prior. Kind of a large group of people that are all being turned away, and the gates are very firmly closed. And from there, excuse me, Zardud leads you further into the field ward. Now, the field ward is a somewhat run-down, slum-like area of the city. There doesn't seem to be anywhere near as much care or attention to detail given to a lot of the buildings here. If you can't afford to live within the city, this is where you find residence, kind of thing. But leading through, Zardu does lead you to a tavern. And looking inside, it seems that it's not like an overly lively place. It's fairly quiet, fairly kind of chilled out, relaxed. And you see a sign hanging from the entrance. Upon that sign, you see the artwork of what looks like a couple of barrels falling and rolling, and the words above it says Brian's Bumbling Barrels, which is the name of the tavern. Zardud hops off of his horse and walks over to the stable hand, handing over his horse, explaining that the two of you are going to be looking for housing for the night, so you'll be staying in the tavern. And the stable hand nods. Of course, sir. I'll take care of your horse as good and proper. And then he looks to you to see if you're handing kind of control of your horse over to him as well.
Yeah. So I step down, and you could see the horse actually feel like a sigh of relief from just the sheer mass of him getting off. And,
Yep. Unfortunately, even though this is probably the strongest, kind of largest horse your family has, um, even though it can take your weight for a couple of days, it has been a couple of weeks that you have been traveling. During which time, both yourself and Zardud have been working, doing odd jobs here and there, earning some money to kind of pay your way and be able to travel through to the city proper. Um, but yeah, after this horse could certainly take your weight for a few days travel, but after kind of 4 weeks or so, it's starting to get kind of pains in its back because it's not used to carrying I think you were what, like 300 pound or something like that, your character, because
uh,
you're just a big old Goliath dude. Like
yeah,
you're just a tank kind of guy.
it's a big guy. He's a big guy.
Yeah, exactly. And so with this, Zardud leads you inside, introduces you to Brian. Now, Brian is a middle-aged human male. Excuse me. Seems rather jovial and happy most of the time. Has quite a beer belly, quite a gut on him, and is slowly starting to bald across his kind of wild brown hair. But nonetheless, he welcomes you in, and he doesn't even seem to notice the detail of the fact that you yourself are a Goliath. He just welcomes you in. Welcome in! So, Zardud, it's good to see you again, my friend. And it seems you brought another mentee of yours? It's been a while since we've had any friends of Zardud's come in. Any friends of Zardud is a friend of mine. How are you doing? And he kind of hangs over the bar, offering his hand out to shake yours.
Yes, I reach out and give him a strong but firm handshake. But
Yeah, not too strong. Don't want to break the poor guy's hand, but
yeah, enough to show respect.
yeah.
No, my name's Parok, and I've been training under Zardud for a while now, and he told me he was gonna show me some of the best people from his past, and show me some of the ropes, and figure things out.
Of course, of course. Well, it's funny, Zardud, that you popped in. One of your fellow soldiers, one of the ones from from the old days, is actually in the city. He said to let you know that he was at a particular tavern, and he kind of leans over and whispers to Zardud, and Zardud's like, "Got it, not a problem. I know where I'll be heading next soon then." And he turns to you and says, "Well, Parok, I think tomorrow we'll part ways, or perhaps later this evening, but first we'll sit and have one final drink." Brian then turns, nodding his head, already pulling out a large tankard of ale for Zardud. He then looks to you, expectantly, waiting to see your kind of drink of preference.
I'll take whatever he's having.
Brian just gives you kind of a knowing look and a good nod before pulling out another tankard of ale and passing it over. And so both yourself and Zardu take a seat at one of the tables to one side and just continue talking, kind of telling the last of the tales and such that you will be before he heads off tomorrow in search of his former soldier colleagues. After the drink, he does or will be heading off to bed, but that is where we will be ending it for now, for you, my friends. And we'll be coming back to this moment very, very soon.
All right.
Wonderful, my dude. Well, that was your one-to-one session. I don't know if, like, how long that was. I think that was about half an hour. I think I was kind of spot on with that. That was good. But yeah, that was everything. Of course, we've gone over why you've gone from your hometown all the way out to Waterdeep. You have been given your new weapon, So of course you do have your ring, your pendant, and your new crafted weapon as items of significance to yourself now. And yeah, we will be picking up once I've done the rest of the one-to-one sessions there.
Yep, sounds good.
Wonderful, dude. Well, thank you very much for hopping in for that. If you want to hop back in, I'm just going to very quickly chat to chat, catch up with everyone, and then I will hop back in and we'll decide on the next person to be bullied, chosen for their one-to-one session.
Alright.
Alrighty. Do you want me to move you back over, or?
I'm good. I'll jump now.
Lovely stuff. Wonderful, folks. Well, that was fun. So we have just told the story of Parok, our warrior, fighter. He will be going as a level 2 Battlemaster fighter once he hits level 2. That will be at the end of the session. Each of the players will be kind of leveling up. This is effectively just their introduction to it. So that is 1 out of 4 down. Now let me have a little look and just see if there's anything that I didn't miss that I wanted to pick up. Dinner suggestions. Raven disappeared. He may be back later. Sweet as. Music gone spooky. Spookums. Yes, the music did. I'm glad that you guys noticed it. Mike, definitely enjoying the imagery here. Hey, dude, that's absolutely what we love to see. Based equestrian moments. Hell yeah. Josh, so excited for this. Love it. Kitten, hosting the channel. I super appreciate that. Maddie, Brian's bumbling barrels. For sure. I love it. Success. Hell yeah, that was great fun. Ninja dropping in. How you doing, buddy? Chaotic, this is great. Honestly, it really has been fun, that. That was one of the ones I was a little bit worried about, that I wasn't too sure if I had everything or enough prepared. But now I'm worrying that I've got too much prepared for the other ones. Anyway, folks, I am going to take a quick 2-minute break in a moment. Before hopping back in, we'll get started with our next one-to-one session, and then continuing on from there. So I'm going to, you know what? Yeah, I'll be back in a second. Much love, folks. I'm back, folks. Thanks for holding on there. Let's go ahead and hop back in the Discord. Everyone is calling for it to be cat, but we are going to be relying on the dice, folks. So it depends on the dice roll, okay? Let's go hop back in and say hello to them all. Hey, folks. How are you all doing?
We are here. And alive.
We are, yeah.
Yep,
Cat
making
seems to be panicking a bit, but
We're
Yeah.
gonna see if we go with mob law or if we're gonna go with dice law.
I don't know. I did say dice
No.
dice to start with.
Yes, let's put the thing in the dice.
Put it in the dice. Are you guys
Put
keeping
it in
the
the
same
dice.
number? And if it's a 4, I'll just re-roll it. Yeah.
Yes.
If it's 4, I'd say it should be +1. Then it'd be cat.
No.
That's 5. You were only supposed to
No,
pick one to
no.
4. What?
No, because it reset with a +1.
Maybe.
No, it-
So, the dice have been
Ooh.
rolled.
Oh god.
Who is number 1?
Mm.
It's Cat anyway. Oh, I love it.
Oh, this is so
Brilliant.
unfair. I think it's rigged. It's rigged. I'm
I-
calling it. It's rigged.
I can literally take a photo of the dice if you want, Cat. I can send you a photo of it right now if you want. But it rolled a 1.
I believe you, but I'm still saying it's rigged. It's rigged. You all jinxed it. It's rigged.
There is a whole thing about mob mentality where if like an absolute ton of people all think about the same outcome happening, that outcome's slightly more likely to happen.
It's
Could be a
called
thought.
being an orc in 40k.
Anyway, Kat, I'm going to move us over and we're going to jump in and get started with your one-to-one session there.
Okay.
Back in a sec, folks. Hello!
Hello.
Okay. You don't have to worry. It's just going to be good fun, alright? So, let me just have a quick look. I need to see if there's anything that I need to double check regarding your character before we do jump in there. No, that
Okey-doke.
is a-okay, that's all fine. So, do you have your character sheet in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. This is something that I'll probably be doing each session as people change their equipment and stuff like that. Could you give me your armor class that's on the sheet there? It should be at the top next to your speed and stuff like that.
Oh, armor class 12.
12. Okay, of course we haven't added on the armor for yourself yet, so you don't have that bonus. We'll sort that for you out when we do equipment for next week. So
Okay.
don't stress. Your max hit points?
10.
10. Okay. And your passive perception. So on the at the bottom of the skills list, there'll be something that says passive wisdom perception.
15.
15. Very nice. Well, you are a lot more aware than the average person. You're much more likely to actually notice things. Of course, we went through this and discussed how that works in regards to like actually playing and stuff last time. Just gonna change the music over to something nice and chill here, and then pull up your one-to-one session. Yes, open that. So, having a look, there isn't anything that we needed to decide. We spoke about the name of your pet, which is done. We have the names of the other people in your backstory there. And yeah, we're just gonna jump straight into it. So, stretching between the wild nature and civilization, we find Inara, the druid, in touch with plants and beasts alike. The fringes of the forest and jungle give a unique feel to her home, and an even more unique feel to her. Inara has lived like this for as long as she can remember. The forest, the jungles, the wilds around her are her home, and she's wildly and fiercely protective of them. Having a softer side too, she cares for and keeps pets within her own home, showing a motherly care for those in need around her. Starting off her story, Inara, you find yourself within your log cabin in the forest, the solitary place you call home. The sounds of the forests are your lullabies, and the creatures and beasts around your neighbours. You wake from your trance and start about your day as usual. You start to prepare your breakfast, and you notice that you're starting to run low on supplies, so you'll probably need to take a venture into the village soon to do some trading. That'll probably need to be done later today. Once you've made yourself some breakfast and food though, and you start about your day, what is it that you'd like to do?
Well, guess I'll get started with making myself a nice cup of mint tea.
Nice, nice. So you go out and you pick some fresh mint, fairly easy to find. You have a small vegetable patch almost, where you cultivate some slightly more exotic herbs. You found that they do trade rather well with the villagers in the town. Some of them actually have some herbal properties. So whenever you do need to get supplies, it's always good to use some of those as well. So you make yourself your mint tea and you sit, just reminiscing and listening to the sounds of the forest around you. Hang on a sec, my music's just stopped, I don't know why. Carry on. So, as you look around, you hear the sounds of the animals. You hear the sounds of the winds through the trees, pushing against the leaves and making them sway. You feel the sunlight pouring down through that overgrowth, that tree, that kind of tree level, and you feel the sun pouring through the leaves and sitting upon your skin. And it feels good. It feels natural. And you enjoy that moment for a while. And after a little while you decide, you know what? I do need to start getting getting ready to go do some supply trading today. And as you do start gathering up your supplies and getting ready to leave your village, you feel an affectionate pinch of your ear. Recognizing this, you turn to your longest companion, a pet raven, Luna. Incredibly clever birds, this raven recognizes your kindness and brings you gifts of shiny objects he finds. Sometimes they're simply rubbish, nothing significant, but nothing compares to what happens a few days after you met. Thinking back, you remember this from a few years ago. He arrived, crashing into the canopy nearby, a disturbance in the natural sounds that you're used to hearing. Immediately you rushed out to find this poor raven with a badly injured wing. For weeks, you nursed Luna's wing back to health and fed him, caring for him in a way that he didn't recognise. And once he was healed, a few days later he returned, a single platinum coin in his mouth. Now, a platinum coin is worth 10 gold, so it's actually like a lot of money. With that coin, you would be able to buy all of the supplies that you had needed and more, and yet you kept it. Because regardless of its worth, it was a physical memory of the bonds that you share with Luna. He pinches your ear again, playfully, saying farewell before he flies off to land on his perch. With a smile, you gathered the last of the things that you need and saunter into the forest in the direction of the village. Before you go, is there anything that you'd want to collect? Like I said, it usually takes a little bit of time to do that travel, to go there and back, so you'd probably need like overnight supplies and all that sort of stuff. So, like I've said, you have kind of the generic travelling gear that you would need. You have your quarterstaff. Is there anything specific, any trinkets or any items that we've not discussed that you think you'd pick up that your character would have?
I think a simple trinket I'll pick up would be like a crystal necklace.
Okay, yeah. So you make sure to pick that up, keeping hold of it. Putting it away safely into your bag, and like I said, you saunter off into the forest. Now, travelling to the forest, travelling to the village even, fairly nice weather. You sleep over that one night, and then as you get to the village and as you arrive, today's shaping up to be a wonderful day. The weather, bright and clear, The attitude of people, pleasant and calm. It's days like these that you feel more connected with civilization, where there's actually a natural harmony and balance between all people. As you continue into the village, you make the necessary trades for goods at different shops, giving away rare herbs that you've cultivated. Once you've gathered your food and like the supplies and such that you'll need, is there anything else that you'd like to do?
Mm. Can't think of anything to come to mind.
Well, you do remember you have your friend, the bookbinder, Navarre, that you've not spoken to in a little while. It's been a little while since you've
Oh,
last travelled
yes.
into the village. So with that in mind, would you want to go visit him?
Yeah, let's do it.
Wonderful. Well, his shop is fairly close by, and you do have many a pleasant memory of talking to him about all manners of things. As you approach the shop, you see the familiar sign hanging outside to show that he's open, and the various book coverings and bindings displayed in the window. As you step inside, you will hear a faint bell ring above you. Navarre turns and looks, his face lighting up for a moment at seeing you. His face falls dark, and he waves you over. Inara, I have some grave news. I received this letter just yesterday. And he hands over a letter to you, stains at the edges. It's written in Common, which is a language that you understand and can read, and it reads as such. Hey, dearest sis, your brother Belloir here. Been a while since I sat down to write you a letter, and I'm sorry it isn't a happy one. I've got myself into a bit of bother, a bit of debt with a man in Waterdeep. He's kinda leading some of the more underground things that happen, and I'm a little worried about what may happen if I can't find the money to pay him. He's a real bad dude. Something's been off for him with him since I met you. Please don't do anything stupid, like try to come find me. I don't want you in danger. Like I said, Raphael is a dangerous dude. But in case something does happen, I had to write to say I'm sorry. I know I've been caught up in trouble, and you've been there to bail me out. But this time, I gotta deal with it myself. I gotta learn my lesson, right? Take care of yourself, sis. Also, say hi to Navarre for me. It's been way too long. Love ya, Belloir. After having read this letter, you have something inside you that starts to drive you. You feel like you know what you need to do. You know, your older brother, Belloir, he can handle himself. But if he's this worried... When you turn to Navarre, he shakes his head. No, no, no. He said don't go. If it's that dangerous, he wouldn't want you getting hurt.
I'll look back at the paper, look back up to Navarre, and I say, yeah, but he's still my brother, and I still gotta be there for him, even if he's in danger or not.
Nothing I say is going to convince you otherwise, is it?
Nope.
I know what you when your mind's made up. Alright. Let me help. I have a horse that you can have. You can take it to rides into Waterdeep. Just be really, really careful. If your brother's this worried, then it could be something quite dangerous.
Well, whatever danger lies ahead, I'll be ready for it.
You can tell that Navarre is very disapproving of this, but he has conceded. He then does lead you to the back of his house, where he goes and grabs his horse from his personal stables, saddles it and helps kind of show you how to saddle it and desaddle it and such. You probably did know how to do it, but it's still refreshing just to have someone go over and remind you of how to do so. And once he's done so, he hands over some supplies. Looking inside, you find some money, some coins, and you find some rations, food and such, that will allow you to kind of make your way to Waterdeep without having to stop to buy any foods. He looks up at you as you mount on the horse, and he kind of shakes his head a little bit. Just be careful and make sure you come back. That's all I'm going to ask you.
Well, will do.
Good. Now, be careful. And go get Belloir out of the trouble that he's gotten himself into. And he smiles a little bit as you start to ride the horse out of the town. So you start on your travel, and it's fairly peaceful. Like I said, the weather today is extremely pleasant. Although this does seem to fade from your mind with the questions that are looming in your mind currently. What has he done to get himself into such trouble? Who is this Raphael? Why is he such a dangerous person? And as you continue on your travels, every now and then you occasionally come across beasts and creatures that stand in your way. But being a druid and having the ability to kind of speak with animals themselves, you speak to them, and with that magic and a few kind words, you manage to avoid any kind of confrontation. In fact, you actually help some of the animals as you go. And soon enough, you do find yourself arriving in the city of Waterdeep. As you arrive, you find that the main gate that you have been riding towards is closed, and there's a thronging crowd stood and crowding around that entrance. You look up to the sun, and you see it's perhaps only mid-afternoon, so the fact that the gate is closed raises some questions there. So, without pushing through the crowd, you kind of try and listen in over the top of the crowd, and you hear a couple of phrases and bits and pieces that the guards say. Dangerous criminal. Lockdown order from the top. Wait and see. Should be open by tomorrow. So, armed with this knowledge, you realise you're probably going to need a place to stay for the night. As much as you could rest out in the open air, something that you're perfectly comfortable to do, perhaps a night of safety in an inn would be better for you, especially with so many strangers around. So you kind of look around and ask a couple of questions, and you actually find yourself in one of the northern parts of the northern gate, as it were, in a area called the Field Ward. It's kind of like the rundown slum of the city. Effectively, if you don't have the money to pay to live inside the city, this is where you end up, this is where you live. So asking around, a couple of people do direct you to a couple of different taverns, but as you approach them you see they're rather busy and rowdy, and this is not forgetting that this is only kind of mid-afternoon at this point. So you keep searching, and finally someone points you in the direction of a tavern called, which they call Brian's. Now, they do mention a couple of things. They say, oh, Brian's a good lad, he allows all sorts in the bar. You know, some of the other taverns can be a bit funny about different races and things, and not the nicest people that run them. But Brian's always got space for anyone. And that phrase sticks with you, the fact that he always has space for anyone, so you should be able to find a room to stay for the night. As you start heading in that direction, kind of thanking the guy, he does say, I mean, is that or sleeping in the dirt, Miz? All the taverns and inns are basically full at this point, but that one. Like, you can see the crowds hanging around, they're trying to get in because they don't have rooms. And with that, he kind of nods you on, and you head on. So, searching around for a little while longer, it's starting to get later into the afternoon now. You do find a tavern that doesn't seem to be quite as overly lively or loud or aggressive as the others. And you see a sign hanging from the outside. On the sign you see an artistic depiction of what looks like two barrels kind of falling and rolling, as it were. And you see the writing above them that says Brian's Bumbling Barrels. And you know that you found the right place.
Sorry about that. Cool.
That's right.
So, I'll hop off the horse and find a nice spot to for the horse to relax, and then I'll walk inside.
Absolutely. So you head over to the stables and you find kind of one of the areas in the stables that's a little nicer, and you put your horse there to relax. You look to the stable hand and he kind of waves to you and then kind of gestures to the house and you nod. No words need to be spoken, he's simply asking if that's where you're going to be staying and that's why you've left the horse there. And as you head inside, you do see that there are a few punters, a few different people within the tavern itself at the moment. There's a couple of different people that are sat at the bar, just kind of quietly talking. What looks to be a couple of hard labourers, perhaps, dressed in fairly simple clothing. Kind of sat around. You do see off to one side there looks to be two armoured individuals, one incredibly large in comparison to the other. You recognise the larger one is something called a Goliath. It's something that you've only really heard tales from, but they're a half-giant race. And their skin is grey with these tribal patterns that grow throughout their skin. So you kind of look over and you notice these two individuals as kind of interesting figures that you see in the room. And with that, you finally recognise the owner of the place. A gentleman, a middle-aged, balding man, human male. He has quite a big beer belly, and like I mentioned, he's balding across kind of the top of his wild brown hair. But he looks over to you and gives a jovial wave and a smile. Hi there, miss. How you doing? You looking for a drink or a place to stay?
I'll wave back at him and say, maybe a bit of both.
He smiles and nods. That's what I like to hear. Come, take a seat. And he calls you over, sits you down next to the bar, offers you a drink, and he just starts kind of talking to you, getting to know you just a little bit. He kind of asks you about where you're from, and you tell him that you're from this very, very small place near, I believe the town was the name of Old Bar, if I remember correctly. So your camp is near Shining Falls, near Old Bar, the small village, quite far west. And he kind of nods and thinks, like vaguely remembering the town of Old Bar. I think I know the place. And you know, he just kind of asks you a couple of questions, and in response, he answers a few to you. He's been a tavern owner for a number of years. He's looked after the place. You know, when his parents owned it, then they were very strict on the people that they allowed in. But in recent years, when he was given a tavern in the last probably, I mean, considering he's middle-aged now, probably the last 20 years or so, he's actually been running this tavern under his own power, his own steam, and yeah, kind of has it as an open place for any and all to come and stay. And with that, unless there's anything else that you'd like to specifically ask him.
Not that I can think of.
Okay, well, on that note then, that is your session, your one-to-one session complete.
Ooh.
So yours was a little bit more simple than Hound's. It didn't take quite as long because Hound's had a couple of people like meeting up with him and such. But you are in the right place, you have all of your supplies and such, and you have a name. You know that he's a bad dude, you know that he's involved in some not so good things, but this Raphael, it's time to find out who he is. And with that, you go and take a seat after kind of having a conversation with Brian. You don't mention anything about Raphael to him. Of course, this is something you're playing very close to your chest. But you know, you talk to him for a little while, you pay for your drinks and such, you take a seat, because you'll be looking to eat food before you head up to your room for the night. And that is where we'll end your one-to-one session.
Ooh.
Wonderful. Well, is there anything else that you'd want to add about what you'd be doing at any part of those travelling points or anything?
Nope.
Okay, cool. I mean, of course, this is like the first like actual D&D roleplay that you've done, isn't it?
Yep.
So I think that you did really, really well. Like, obviously, this has been more story-driven. I've kind of done a lot more role-playing and explaining the story as it goes.
Mhm.
But yeah, I hope you enjoyed. As Maddie has said in the chat there, you did it. Good job. What have we got that we've missed in chat? Gotta make sure the potatoes grow. Starch for the potato god. Absolutely. We know that
Yep.
you are you are 100% canonically growing potatoes in your
Oh yes,
in your
that's for
garden as
sure.
well as all of these like super exotic herbs. You're just like, I grow potatoes, and
Gotta
it's
grow
like that scene from
potatoes.
yeah, it's like that scene from Marge from The Simpsons where she's just like, I just think they're neat.
Yep.
I love it. Well, we'll hop back into the voice chat there. And then, of course, we have Painted and Raz left to go with their one-to-one sessions. I
Nice.
am going to try and get through them as quick as possible without rushing them, just so that we can get a little bit of, like, the group role-playing together, like the final little bit of the session that I planned. But if we do run late, then we'll probably cut it a little short. But yeah. Anyway, let's hop back over, and
Okie dokie.
I'll get started with the next one. Well done, Kat. You did really well.
Oh, yay.
Hello! We are back.
Welcome back.
So, Raz,
Hello.
Painted. It's out of the two of you. So, what I'm going to do is one of you has an odd number and one of you has an even number, correct?
Can I hold
Yep.
you quiet there? My PC has been silly and it's not let me do anything, so I'm gonna have to reset. So
Oh,
Well, then I will do Painted next, and that
Fate
will
so
give you
decided.
yeah. That fate has
Oh, no.
decided without us having to roll the dice.
I'll be back in a minute. All right.
All good, bud. So yeah, I'll jump in with you, Painted. There, we'll get started with your one-to-one session. I'll check to see if there is anything that I do need to double check and go over with you before we jump in. But
Perfect.
yeah, do you want me to drag you over into the chat?
You can do, yeah. Yeah.
Lovely stuff. Back in a bit, guys. Heh heh heh. Hey, Painted. How you doing?
I'm good.
Good, good.
Laugh there.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Sure.
Okay, having a look. I think the only thing that I actually wanted to check with you, the Hill Dwarf, the dwarf that you have been living with.
Yeah.
What's the correct pronunciation of the name?
I would say Gemgwin.
Gemgwin. I thought
Mhm.
so. It was either Gemgwin or Gemdwin, and I was like, I'm gonna just ask and check, like just to see
Yeah.
which you'd prefer. But Gemgwin works absolutely perfectly there. But yeah, I think that's everything that I need to check in regards to the like backstory, as it were. But of course, you are playing a Horizon Walker Ranger.
I am.
It won't be, of course, until you get to your subclass that you start getting your Horizon Walker abilities, but
Yeah.
with the fact that your backstory has shaped your character and it is tied into that, you do know about them in some sense. You don't perhaps know how to trigger them or what they are, but inherently you do have some understanding of what it is.
Mhm.
So, is there anything that you wanted to ask me before we did get into this here?
No, I think it's just trial by fire, isn't it? Yeah.
Trial by fire. I love it. Well, I'm going to quickly grab a drink because I keep realizing that I
Sure.
need to clear my throat, and my throat keeps drying out because I'm doing so much talking right now.
Yeah,
So I'll be
yeah.
back in 2 seconds, and then we'll get
Absolutely.
straight into it.
Sure thing. Now the question is, did he meet me as well? Or do I have control of the stream right now? Woo-ha-ha-ha-ha.
Okay, I'm back.
No.
And also, you did have control of the stream. No, Maddie, it's not
Revolution.
time for. It's not time to revolt yet, Maddie. Fucking
But one
God
day,
damn it.
one day.
Anyway, since there isn't anything else that we do need to go through, let me just find some nice, good, chill music here. Which one was a really nice one to listen to? That one, I think. Okay, so what I've done is I've started with like a little intro for each of the characters.
Mhm.
And so, getting into the story of Lethista, or Letty. Stalking her prey, Lethista readies her bow, her eyes sharp, staring down the edge of the arrow. Her foe falls, an arrow found in their only chink of their armour. Not understanding the full extent of her powers, she's still a formidable fighter, drawing on a connection of nature, and trust in her hunting skills to drive home her arrows or her point. Seeking vengeance and a way to regain her memories, Letty is ever the curious adventurer, looking beyond our plane to the horizons beyond. And so, starting our story, Lethista, or Letty, finds herself in the forest as per her usual routine. She stalks through the brush, looking to find a creature, one to feed both her and Gemgwen. Gemgwen is the hill dwarf that has given her shelter and become a good friend for as long as she can remember. As you walk through the undergrowth of the forest, what is it that you're looking for, Letty?
I'm thinking a nice, soft, squishy bunny. Maybe a squirrel. Just something small, just for to feed us for tonight.
Yeah, okay. So you start looking around and checking tracks. You do find a few tracks that you start to follow, and as you do, you actually stumble into a clearing. And as you do so, you see that there is an elk walking away from you. It hasn't noticed you, and you can see its slight stumble in its step. It's definitely an older creature, perhaps too slow to keep up with its pack. Now alone, this creature would suffer to other predators in the area.
I think about it for a moment, and then decide like I'm strong enough. I can probably drag the elk back on my own.
That's fair.
So, yeah, just like finding a bush to line up the shot perfectly.
Absolutely. So you stalk along the edge of this clearing, stopping at a bush where you'll be able to fire your arrow cleanly. You stop, find your position, and you draw back your bow. You draw your bow, notch your arrow, and pull back, training the arrowhead onto the elk. As you release, you feel the fletchings flicking across your cheek as the arrow flies true. Falling dead, the elk is put out of its pain, and you've ensured the predators in the area aren't tempted to move closer to your home, and don't have some game that they can torture and have fun with tonight. Walking over to it, it's definitely a struggle, but you are able to carry this elk back. You somehow manage. You are trailing kind of its hind legs behind you as you walk back home. As you finally return and enter the brook, you see Gemgwin ahead of you. A smile on your face as you see him, and you take a few extra steps, and you notice another individual with him. This person is clearly a traveller. Prime travelling clothes, a backpack full of supplies, and a certain gentleness to the way that he carries himself. Even so, his red skin and curling horns are enough to keep you wary. You remember that you've seen tieflings before, and these would be very similar to the man that you see now. Both he and Gemgwin notice you and wave you over. Gemgwin introduces you to Raphael, a simple, humble traveller who walks between towns and villages, trading goods and giving aid where he can. Gemgwin actually invites him inside as you take the elk to the side of the house and start stripping the meat from it and preparing it. It takes a little bit of time. This is obviously a larger creature than you were planning to be hunting today, but it does leave you with a lot of good meat that you're able to keep over a fair period. Once you've done so, you can walk into the house and you actually hear Raphael regaling Gemgwin with some travelling tales, telling stories of great cities stretching up into the skies, heroes and villains. Even you catch yourself just standing and listening to this figure as he weaves these tales. As the evening draws in, you continue on about your day, and Gemgwin starts to prepare some food for you all. Raphael turns to you both and says, "Do either of you play a particular card game?" Unfortunately, you don't know the game that he mentions, but you do see Gemgwin's eyes light up. And it strikes you, you haven't seen him quite so jovial as he is in this moment. He tends to be a rather grumpy, quiet figure. So it's a little bit of a change of heart for him. The two of them strike up a game and start playing. Throughout the game, Raphael starts asking questions to each of you, and he ends up being quite curious about your origins when you say that you can't remember much before your time here with Gemgwin. Whilst you are kind of sat here and they're playing this game and you're all just kind of chatting, is there any questions that you'd want to ask him whilst relaxing through the rest of this evening?
I would be a bit wary, because the hut that we are would be rather in the middle of the forest where people don't actually happen to. So my first question would be like one of the questions that I would want to know an answer to is, how did he happen to be here?
Oh, here in this spot, of course. Well, as I was travelling, I found myself coming off the beaten path and starts describing one of the roads quite nearby. Not obviously super close, but just a little bit nearby. Give me 2 seconds. Angela's just coming to say goodnight, so I'll be back in just
Okay,
a second.
no,
We'll
that's
crack
fine.
on there. Back in a sec, chat.
Revolution again. Riot, riot, riot. I didn't say anything, okay? When Serb asks, I didn't suggest anything, okay? Yeah, DMs are a tyrant. Or no, I didn't say that because he's in control, so The worst thing is, like, if Serb is able to hear all of this as well, bruh. Oh, and I believe there is a Raz somewhere. Ahem. Too much of rebellion. Well, he should know better, really, right? Who leaves their stream with with someone else, you know? It's kind of like giving your phone to someone else and then hoping that they won't post something embarrassing on Twitter, right?
So,
Hello.
so
Nothing happened.
no, there's, no discussion of rebelling and rioting again.
No.
No, definitely not. Hmm.
Painting
Yeah,
is
you
not
keep whistling
chaotic.
innocently, Raz. You keep whistling. Anyway, let's just step back into character here. So,
Okay, yes.
just to paint the picture again a little bit. Yourself, Gemgwin, and Raphael are all sat around one of the tables within your house. As you're doing so, Gemgwin and Raphael are playing a card game. It seems to be quite a long-winded one. Neither of them have won or lost yet, as kind of this game's going on. And you've been kind of striking up conversation and speaking. Like you said, you've been a little wary of Raphael. And you asked him, how is it that you found this place? Like I said, well, as you know, some of the roads not terribly far from here are a little, I wouldn't say treacherous, but difficult to follow at times. And he does give this description of one of the roads quite nearby to where you are. And he kind of describes this one little point where the road kind of turns quite sharply, and it's almost like there's a fork in the road, and sometimes people do take the wrong turn. It happens. They don't tend to usually wander as far as this, but with him seeming like a fairly seasoned traveller, he probably knows how to protect himself in regards to, you know, actually sleeping in the forest and things like that. He just, by chance, has come across the cabin as he's been travelling there.
Letty thinks about this for a moment and then turns to her side and asks Mew, who's been sitting right next to her,
Yes.
at least in what seems to her that there's a dragon cat. That
Yes, the
is
ethereal dragon cat that
completely
is sat at your side.
Yeah. So, she's just kind of like confirming this, like, do you believe him, Mew? What do you think?
Mew kind of looks up to you. It's and you can hear Mew as well as be able to see Mew. Although as you've put it to the test with Gemgwin before, he's never been able to see where Mew is. And Mew looks up to you. Uh, It's a little fishy, but we've seen weirder.
Okay, well,
Weirder things have happened.
Gamgwin seems to be okay with what's happening, so yeah, we'll just go and meditate.
Yeah, so you kind of you sit back and kind of just listen as they're kind of continuing on their conversation. And after the game has been played for quite a while, from what you can tell, it seems Gengwin is quite close to winning. Again, you don't actually understand the rules of this game, but it seems that even between their conversation, Gemgwin seems to have the upper hand. But, with a smile, Raphael places his cards on the table, showing his hand. With a loud groan, Gemgwin puts his cards on the table, defeated. With a huge smirk on his face, Raphael stands and turns and says, "Thank you both. Your hospitality has been most wonderful. And the food, simply fantastic. That meat was incredibly fresh. Looked like you caught the thing today." And he kind of turns and kind of raises that question to you.
Just carried that elk, easy.
That's quite an impressive feat. And with that, he kind of pauses for a moment and turns back to Gemgwin and says, "Although I cannot leave without a prize." And he places his hand against Gemgwin's chest, chanting in a dark, twisted language, one that you don't understand. You feel yourself almost freezing in place as you watch this scene unfold in front of you. Raphael presses a little harder against Gemgwin's chest as a fate-like strand of light starts to emit from Gemgwin's mouth. Raphael grasps this light in his other hand, tugging on it softly, and all resistance in Gemgwin's body disappears as his eyes go glassy and soft. Gemgwin sits in his chair, unmoving, staring straight ahead, his very essence, his soul, having been taken. Raphael turns to you and smiles, the illusion fading. You see him for what he truly is, not just a tiefling, but a full-blooded devil, a Cambion from the Hells themselves. And he smiles and turns to you. "Now, Lethista, catch me if you can, and if you dare." And with raucous and devilish laughter, Raphael bursts into a mist of red. The next few
Letty was
days are hard to recall, in total honesty. You spent many hours trying to talk to Gemgwin, trying to get a response. But there's none. Without his soul, Gemgwin is a husk, almost lifeless.
for the when it happened, Letty was frozen in place.
Yeah, physically unable
She-
to move.
Yeah. And this has quite clearly shaken her because Gemgwin has been a very long time friend for her. He took her in when she had nowhere else to go.
Yep.
Even though like she's been quite a difficult character to be around, Gemgwin didn't really care about it. So this is basically like seeing her dad die in front of her. And she does try a couple days to kind of like bring her back, bring him back, but eventually she realizes that this isn't going to happen. So she decides to bury him.
Well, before you do realise that although his soul isn't there. His chest rises and his chest falls. His heart beats. He does still live. And the pain of that burns every single night when you try and sleep. And you can't for many a night. Until
That's
finally,
literally just a husk.
until you make your resolve. You accept that here, you can't help Gemgwyn. But what you can do is you can track Raphael down, you can hunt him, and you can take back Gemgwyn's soul. The exact details, you'll work them out. But you remember he mentioned the city of Waterdeep, Raphael that is, as one that he lives from from time to time.
Letty decides to go to Waterdeep, but before she does, she leaves a little tribute to Eldeth. Not that she particularly cares for this god, but she knew that this god was important for Gemgwyn.
Absolutely. That's Eldath, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you know that since Gemgwyn turned to Eldath in reverence and started to follow her, you've learnt a little bit about her and her personality, what she stands for. And she stands for a goddess of serenity, comfort, and healing. So as you make this prayer, you collect this tribute together and you leave it for her. There are thoughts going through your mind, hoping and praying, reaching out, and simply asking for Eldath to take care of Gemgwyn whilst you're gone, to give you a chance to make this right. You don't know whether your prayers are heard or not, but your prayers are made nonetheless. Your tribute to Eldath has been made.
With that, she makes Gemgwyn as comfortable as possible in the little hut that they were, and heads out to Waterdeep, making sure that she has her bow with her and a hunting knife.
Of course, yeah. So what I'll say, just like I've said to everyone else, is you'll have the generic travelling gear that you would need to make the travel. So things like backpack, rope, roll mat, rations, tent, all of those sorts of things you would have as just general gear that you'd have anyway. Of course, you would have your hunting knife and your bow. You would have your quiver and your arrows. Is there any specific items or trinkets or anything that your character wouldn't generically have that you would want to pick up from the house and take with you before you leave?
She just makes sure that the locket that she was found with is definitely still around her neck.
Yes,
Not that
so,
she knows what the meaning of it is, but
of course, but you were found with it. You're not.
yes.
You don't know what it means, but it means something because it came from before you can remember.
Yeah.
And it may help in the future for you to be able to remember something at the very least.
Yes.
So of course you do make sure that you have your locket, you have your bow, you have your knife, and you have all of your travelling equipment. Is there anything else that you would want to grab from the cabin before you left?
I can't think of anything right now.
That's quite alright. If there is any little trinkets or bits and pieces, like you can just send me a message and we can retroactively add it in. Because I've not done everyone's full equipment yet, it is still quite flexible. If there's anything that you're like, oh yeah, I probably have taken that, or I would have needed this, you can kind of say that you would have brought that with you, so that's not a problem.
And I'm thinking like something of Gemgwyn's. something that would be a pipe. Let's take his pipe.
His smoking pipe.
Because
Just
his
like
smoking
a
pipe.
physical memento of him.
Exactly. Yeah. So she'd be able to like sit by the fire and pull it out and like, oh, Gambwin, this is why I'm doing it.
Yeah, it reminds you of the reason that you're leaving your home, the reason that you're going out to Waterdeep.
Yep. Because she's been quite comfortable here,
Yeah.
not
Your
going away.
time,
So
yeah, your time here with Gemgwin has actually been really quite pleasant. It's been enjoyable. You've definitely found a life companion that you can comfortably live with, a good friend.
Mhm. Mhm.
And losing a friend or seeing what happened to Gemgwin is a painful ordeal. But there is still hope from what you know. You know that demons, or devils even, deal in souls, and souls can be returned back to someone's body. How? Fuck knows, that isn't your area of expertise.
Yeah.
But it can be done. So, with that, you collect everything that you would need from the cabin, and you set off. The travel itself is rather quiet. It gives you a lot of time to think about your reasons for going out, what you're going to do when you get to the city of Waterdeep, how you're going to search for him, and where you're going to ask. You know, it may be a single clue, but it's a clue nonetheless, and it's somewhere to start. And as you continue travelling, you find yourself arriving at Waterdeep within a couple of weeks. Once you get there though, you find that even though it's only mid-morning currently, the gates are closed and there are guards blocking people from entering. There's a small crowd kind of crowding around waiting to be let in. But as you get closer, you can hear the guards saying that they're not allowing people in and the city is on a city-wide lockdown. It's been ordered from the top, and there's been a dangerous individual sighted within the city that must be apprehended if possible. So they've tried to make it as difficult as possible for this person to have left, and they're currently searching through the entire city to try and find them. From what you hear, gates may be open by tomorrow, so you're probably going to need to find a place to stay. And looking around and asking around, you find that the only real place around is probably going to be a place called Brian's. You're directed there and told that, you know, it's quite a comfortable place. Brian always has space for anyone. And that seems to be kind of a phrase that a couple of people use. It's almost like a marketing slogan that Brian has started that other people have taken up and started using. So you head on through, taking the directions that you've been given, and you arrive outside Brian's Bumbling Barrels. You see a sign hanging outside, and there's an artistic rendition or rendering of two barrels, one falling over and the other kind of rolling as long as it goes. And above it you see the words, Brian's Bumbling Barrels. Did you travel via horse? I can't remember if I actually asked that just then or not.
Should be fine either way because she hasn't had a horse in the forest, so she's
Yeah.
been quite used to walking around for
Absolutely.
like a long
That's
distance.
absolutely fine.
So.
It just means that you won't have to go to the stables to hand in the horse.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so you enter. You see that there are a couple of individuals. It seems to be quite quiet at this time of day. And as you head in, you see Brian there. You see he's speaking with a punter that's in there, in the tavern already. And he turns to you, and he goes, "Morning! You one of the folks who's been trapped out of the city because of what's going on?"
Yep, unfortunately so. Look, I really need to get into that city though. So, do you know if there's like a sneaky way to get in, or?
He kind of chuckles. I've been asked by many a people. Unfortunately not. Waterdeep is one of the most secure cities along the Swords Coast. It's why it's the head of the Lord's allegiance. It's why the Open Lord and the Masked Lords reside within Waterdeep. It's one of the safest places to either try and break into or try and break out of. If the lockdown goes down and the gates close, as far as I'm aware, that's it. I mean,
Well,
from what I've heard, gates may be open tomorrow.
That's truly annoying. Fine, okay. I suppose I'll need a place to stay then, and maybe like some stew. Do you have anything like that? I'm used to like quite fresh food, so
I'll
is
see
your
what
food
I
fresh?
can rustle up. And he kind of pokes his head into the kitchen, speaks to whoever's inside, and he says that they'll bring some food out to you in a few minutes, and kind of like points you over
Awesome.
and directs you to a table, passing you a drink in the meantime. Um, so you take a seat, and he then kind of looks over once being given the plate, and he brings it over. It's actually breakfast because, like I mentioned, it's still kind of mid-morning at this point. It's not quite reached midday. So there's kind of some fresh bacon there. There's some eggs. There's some kind of there's some bread that's been toasted. Kind of not like slices of bread, but it's like two halves of a loaf of bread that's been cut in half and then toasted over the fire and things. Um, so it's very fresh food that they brought you. There does seem to be a collection of nuts and berries as well, which typically for wood elves is one of the things that they do tend to quite enjoy and eat. Like just with the lore of D&D. So he does kind of provide a good breakfast for you, and he advises you, I'll certainly make sure to keep a room aside for you for the night. You can stick around. I'll be able to provide you food at each meal time, drinks, anything that you need, just ask kind of thing. Um, and so you sit back and you relax as much as you can. Of course, this is still playing through your mind, and you almost don't even notice the soldier and the Goliath that walk in just after midday. At one point, you do kind of glance up and see the two of them sat at a table, not terribly far from you, but just kind of across to one side, kind of just talking and having a drink and such. Um, and then later into the day, you see another wood elf enter. They head up to Brian. They sit at the bar and they start having a conversation with him. Um, and that, painted, is the end of your one-to-one session.
Ooh, brilliant. Okay.
I do apologise that it was a little bit railroady. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I did kind of cut you off a little bit to kind of
No,
put
no,
some of the
do,
story in.
because otherwise I'll keep
It's
on going.
just it's just the fact that it's this first session.
Yeah,
Trying
no,
to
it's
get
fine.
everyone into the same place isn't exactly easy at the best of times, and I'm trying to make it as smooth as possible with it being streamed and stuff like that as well. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, is there anything else that you'd want to add in from your backstory, or anything else that you'd want kind of discuss before I go grab Raz and do the final session one?
No, I think we're good for the time being.
Lovely stuff. Well, I'm sorry that I've hurt Gemgwin. I feel bad for it, but
It's okay.
I
It's
know
okay.
that it's part of the story and I know why it's happening.
Yeah,
Um,
no, when I sent you over the details, that's why I was like, well,
yeah,
he can be
like
either alive or dead.
yeah, you would
Ish.
actually put in your backstory like I effectively had the decision as to whether he was alive or dead. So
Yep.
I wanted to kind of do something that tied into him. So I was glad that he wasn't like you hadn't written him to just be dead and you didn't have any kind of friend or anything that I could use for plot, as it were.
Yeah.
But it worked really, really well. The fact that he was still alive. This is something that's happened, and theoretically, it is something that you can resolve. It is something that Letty would be able to fix. Whether you do
Um,
find that cure or not, I will leave that up to the roleplay going forward and how the campaign shapes out and stuff like that. But
Kind of hoping that a
theoretically,
certain warlock might play a role. So.
I mean, you never know. You never know. And on that note, I do need to go and grab that warlock for his one-to-one session.
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
I really enjoyed that. I hope you did as well. I'll drop you
Yes.
back in the chat, and then I'll hop over and come grab Raz.
Okie doke.
Okay, folks. So, three
Are
down,
we do the final roll, or?
3 down, and 1 to go.
Well, I just rolled a 2. That was me. So
Amazing. Well, would you like me to drag you over, mate, or?
yes, please.
Wonderful. Back in a bit, guys.
Okie doke.
Hey, buddy.
Good evening.
So, this is going to be a fun little one. I know that you've obviously been watching stream. Out of character, I know that you're really good at obviously keeping meta stuff out of your roleplay. What have you thought so far? Quite an interesting bunch, eh?
I think you have shown how a DM can twist and be fun.
I appreciate that, but
outright
the actual
just
players...
stealing someone's soul on their 1-to-1 is
I mean...
cruel, but it's also necessary.
It is cruel, but like you just said, it is sometimes necessary to happen.
Sometimes you have the person going forth due to family members, another one due to a mentor, and one driven for revenge and an ideal. But I think we might have a little different one with myself.
Yes, so you are going to differ ever so slightly. And well, let me give a little bit of a description here first, before we do get into it. Drawing arcane energy into his hands, Michael sends forth a roiling blast of power directed at his foes. Bringing the worlds of arcane and divine together, Michael walks a solitary path, reliving his life over and over in servitude of the great Lord Ao, his patron. A celestial warlock, Michael has the gift to give and take life with his hands. Having travelled far and wide, living many lives along the coast, Michael's mind would be an absolute trove of information. If only he could remember it all. And so, if you're ready, mate, we can get straight into it.
Okay.
So to start Michael's story, we find ourselves in a dark, musty cave. Lit up by eddies of magical lights flowing through the room, we can see a figure resting upon a crystal. He lies perfectly still, held in stasis. After a few moments, there's a spark within the cave, and the sound of a tight string snapping. Michael, you awaken in the cave that you distinctly remember. The place that you always return, the place you always wake up from. And as you start to gather your bearings, your mind is still a little slow from remaining in stasis for a number of years. What's the first thing that you do as soon as you wake, my friend?
I see. Stumbling forwards. A satyr is usually youthful, full of energy, normally larger than life. However, this one is beyond that. Unkempt and uncouth. Tired, as you said, and very much in a very deep daze. Grabbing onto, or at least searching to my right, trying to find a staff. One that would keep me at least standing as I gather bearings.
Aye, so you kind of scramble around to your right with your hand searching, and your hand comes across your staff. A tree branch that twists up in and on itself, creating a gnarled top, a knot atop the staff. And within said knot is a cracked, well, it's like internally cracked and shattered, this diamond that's held in place by this knot. It's perfect for channeling both divine and arcane power, as you found out before. As you pick it up, you feel a familiar calming presence actually come from the staff, and your mind does start to clear through. You start to find a little further strength in your legs. And as you do that, you feel something in your minds. For once, it isn't your patron that speaks to you first when you awaken. You recall a memory coming back from your previous life. It's only for a moment, but that image hangs there in your minds. You see a smiling, devilish creature laughing in your face. His red skin and his curled horns point up towards the sky as his laughter almost becomes mocking, and the memory fades again. Why you remembered that, you're not too sure.
I very what? No. Shakes head. And then memory passes.
Yeah, so yeah, the memory passes and you kind of find yourself again just back in the cave in which you've awoken. Your gear and your bag and stuff is around you. So I'm guessing you start just collecting all of your bits and pieces there?
Indeed. He'd pick up basics. Some basic armor for his exposed limbs. Tattered, with no decoration. One Maddie would like a rusty sickle. Once sharp, however, right now was rusty. Couldn't cut paper if it wanted to. A very boring looking side bag with few dusty tomes with faded symbols of times long forgotten. Dried ink pots and a quilled nib with no feather. And there's a few things he feels drawn to. A few things. He mentioned he has lived many lives, yet he is only mortal. These are trinkets of experiences long gone. A single maraca, he picks it up, shakes it, and smiles. A leather headband, puts it over his twisting horns, over his greying hair. And last but not least, for reasons he doesn't know, the seed sack. His constant tense very much gone, but the musty smell of a good source of happy comfort.
And as you pick up each of these items, feeling them and holding them in your hands, feeling their connection to something prior to you, but also their connection directly to you, you feel a presence in your minds. Not like a memory, but one that you have grown to recognize. The presence of your patron. No words are spoken, as is customary in the way that they communicate with you. You see a sprawling city laid out before you, one you recognize as Waterdeep, and you feel the sensation of darkness brewing within. Instantly, you understand and know this is your next divine mission, given to you by your patron. Something dark, unholy, or evil resides within Waterdeep, and it is growing in power. This thing must be stopped.
Unacceptable. And then he'll look up, past the grove, past any form of sky, looking past something that he's staring at. Sort of goes, so, time to go again.
And as you look up, not realizing it, you look up towards the cave entrance. And as you say this, a beam of sunlight a sun ray kind of falls through the entrance of the cave, lighting your way up and out.
Understood. We'll be there to combat your and push forward your wishes. And slowly takes the staff,
Aye.
begins to walk slowly toward the destination.
And as you take that first step, as quickly as this presence appeared, it is gone again, leaving you questioning whether they were truly there or not. Regardless, you still feel that divine mission has been given to you, and you turn to look outwards towards the cave and start to head out. Before you do, is there anything else that you did want to grab at all? Like any other little trinkets or anything like that that your character may have?
No.
No.
Although there is one on the ground that gives a bit of pain, a little bit of discontent, some smashed stained glass window, an image long gone. It has a burning instinct. He just looks at it and goes, "Will do better."
Aye. You don't remember what this signifies. There's no memory connected to it. But the emotion that sits alongside that memory, the thing that pains you, is there. Again, just like the other items that you picked up, this is deeply connected to you. And without even knowing what it is about, like you said, you promise yourself you will do better. And you head out of the cave. As you start your travel, you find that the cave entrance opens up into the Sword Mountains currently, along the northern ridge. As you would know, the cave entrance will open wherever the cave entrance needs to be. You realise, actually, from here, it should just be a couple of simple days' travel. The closest town to you right now, when you pull out a map and look, would be the town of Phandalin, which connects to the Tribal Trail. From there, you can connect onto the high roads, the main coastal road that leads into Waterdeep. So, traversing the mountain isn't actually particularly difficult for you, due to your hooves, almost designed for the task. So you easily start to scale down and set off for Phandalin.
Walking up vertical surfaces like this is Skyrim.
Literally. Who knows? Once you arrive, you may even find someone that lends you a horse for you to get there faster.
As I walk toward the nearby town, sort of slowly walk, as if the energy has still yet to catch up with me. And I very slowly make glyphs with my hand in the middle, I'm shaking, almost like there's arthritis in my hands, and cast the simple symbol of prestidigitation in order to clean off any moss that has been growing upon my matted fur legs.
Aye. So you take some time as you're travelling to kind of use your divine and arcane powers to cleanse yourself, make yourself feel a little bit more fresh, a little bit more present. And with that, you do feel a little better.
Got to face, no, look the part, I suspect. I say it to no one particular.
And yep, you're just literally narrating as you walk, it's great. So as you continue down and you start to arrive into the fields surrounding Phandalin, you actually hear a couple of terrified bleats and a scream and a shout coming from one of the fields near you. Looking closer, you actually see two wolves stalking through one of the sheep pens. There's a couple of sheep that have already suffered bites and actually been killed by the wolves, but you can see their attention is now on the farmer who's challenging them. He's shouting out to anyone passing, including you, begging for help, as he swings his pitchfork back and forth, trying to push the wolves back. What do you do?
Maybe this is what I need to do. And I'll take out the maraca and shake in a way to make it intimidating as I come toward it, and making very large, sort of big shapes coming toward it, casting cantrips in a way that makes me look terrifying toward these wolves. It's not worth harassing a farmer and their cares. They will fear me. If they do not leave, they will be destroyed.
And as you do so, you kind of stand up tall, kind of stretching yourself up and out to make yourself as big a shape as possible. At this, the wolves notice you and see this kind of arcane power to you, this dangerous element, this intimidating edge. And they decide, you know what? It isn't worth it. And with that, they turn tail and run. The farmer, once terrified, now incredibly relieved, almost drops his pitchfork as he sighs a huge deep breath of relief. And he turns to you. Thank you, stranger. I honestly don't know what would have happened if I didn't have the help.
You would have fought your best.
Oh, aye.
Then you would have done all you can. Here, you look terrified. And he casts precipitation upon them to remove any blood and sweat and things, so he feels a bit fresher.
Okay, yeah. So he pauses for a moment as you hold a hand up and kind of cast a spell, but as he realizes what you're doing, he feels this relief. And again, he kind of catches his breath, and he seems to calm down a little.
Are you hurt?
No, they didn't manage to catch hold of me. I'd only got to the fields 30
And
seconds before you got there.
Your sheep?
A couple of them dead.
Any alive?
I mean, thankfully aye. And as you both look over, you see the majority of the flock of sheep are still okay. There are maybe one of the sheep that is still alive, but is sporting quite a large injury on its shoulder and neck. But there are 2 sheep that have been killed by these 2 wolves.
2 gone. That one, though, your livelihood must look after. And I'll use one of my what are they called again? Healing lights. Taking the staff and sort of tapping the broken gem, sort of to wake it up.
Yep.
Come on, friend. People.
So
Nice.
yes, as you kind of tap on this crystal, it kind of almost starts to glow with its inner power. And as you take it, you turn and focus. Focus both your mind and the staff pointing at this sheep. And this warm rush of energy rushes through you, through the staff, into the crystal at the end. From there, it turns almost into light, flowing through the air and flowing and mending many of the injuries of the sheep, healing it back to full. The farmer kind of stares, his jaw wide, slack, staring at you. I can't thank you enough. Please let me offer you a place to stay for the night. It's starting to get rather late.
I appreciate your offer. Please. I do need at least some water. As I look quite tired after doing that one.
Of course. My name's Franklin, and yours?
My name is... sort of thinks for a moment. Michael.
Michael. Well, blessed be the day that I came across you, Michael. I'm certainly glad to have met you. Please. And he kind of leads you along into the town of Phandelin, leading you to his house. Once you step inside, there is his wife who walks out from the kitchen, kind of curiosity getting the better of her as she hears 2 voices rather than just him entering. She rounds the corner and smiles, saying hello. He introduces her as Helena, and after a few moments more, you hear some more noises coming from another room, and a young boy, probably around 8 or so, comes running out of the room up to his mum. He sees you and he kind of hides behind his mum's leg, uncertain with this stranger in the room. Franklin crouches down and points to you, and he says to his son, Jeffrey, it's quite alright, this man helped me. He's a good person. And the young boy kind of pokes his head around the mother's leg and just waves softly at you. Still not
I
being 100% sure of you, but
Wave the maraca at him.
he kind of giggles hearing the sound of it. And so Franklin kind of welcomes you into his home. You sit down and the family are just about actually ready to eat for their evening meal. So they provide you some food and stuff. And as Franklin is kind of setting up a room for you and preparing everything, he kind of starts asking you about yourself, where you're from, what you're doing in Phandalin.
I'm not sure. I'm heading toward Waterdeep. That's the name. It had a different name last time. No, it's old. I'm thinking of other places. Forgive me. I've lived a long time.
That's quite alright. So Waterdeep, the capital. I suppose you might be someone big and important if you're heading through to there.
I am not important, but the things I find there might be. I am asked to go, and I willingly go. But doesn't mean I can't stop along the way to meet good folk like yourself.
Well, I'm certainly glad you think that way. If it weren't for you, you know what? I'd prefer not to think about that. And
You would have been fine. Have more faith in yourself. They were only wolves, and you, a man. You are worth at least 10.
Thank you.
Very robotic, sorry.
No, that's all right. But after kind of he asks you a few more questions, and you kind of start telling him like a couple of just very generic kind of stories about yourself. You see the smile on his face, and you evidently, that is a dream in life for him. You can see it in his eyes, and he again thanks you for effectively saving his life. And actually says, you know, if you're heading to Waterdeep, please take one of our horses. They'll certainly get you there. Certainly get you there as soon as possible.
Have you got a specialized harness? I'm joking. I'd be okay. You are very kind. That's quite a payment for looking after a sheep.
And saving my life. Nothing is too great a payment for that.
I will accept this and will return them as soon as possible.
That sounds like a deal to me. And with that, he kind of thanks you again and leaves you for the night to rest. Is there anything that you'd do kind of during the evening or anything like that before sleeping?
I'm going to see if there's anything vastly different that I might need to be aware of through the culture of the people I've seen in this town. It may have changed in the time since I've been here. I may have been asleep for years, I may have been asleep for months. Just trying to gain the sort of...
Yeah, you know what? I've not actually asked anyone to do any rolls, but I think this would constitute one. Make... I want to say history, but yeah, make a history roll for me, buddy.
Dirty 20, sir.
Ooh, that's nice. So, looking at the people and judging kind of just the things that have changed and passed in the time that you've been sleeping, you figured that it's perhaps been a handful of years that you've been asleep. It hasn't been decades, so it's not as if an entirely new world has cropped up. But occasionally you may find that certain things have changed that you weren't expecting to. The world hasn't changed a whole huge lot in the past decade or so. But like I said, there'll be certain things that do stand out as differences between your memories and the actual reality of this time.
So I won't adjust for much then, really. It just sort of
And yeah, it's something like you bear in mind some time has passed, but not so much that the world has drastically changed in any way. At least from what you can tell in this small town of Phandalin.
fantastic. And then I shall do the rites to Ao, and then I shall get some shut-eye.
Of course. And so with that, you get a good night's rest upon a bed that's comfortable. A little unlike the crystal that you find yourself waking up on. The next day you wake up and you're given a strong steed, you're given a good warm breakfast, and so you set off. A belly full, some fresh supplies for your travel, and a strong steed to carry you. The
This
rest
is
of the
why-
travel... Sorry, carry on.
This is why life is worth protecting. Simple, lovely. This is what I do.
Aye.
Happy.
It certainly kind of reaffirms in you a sense of this is why you do what you do. You know, this is an agreement that you have made to relive life over and over again, to be there for when you're needed. But this is why, like the people that do live their lives from start to end, and that's it. The people that get simple, peaceful lives, this is what you do it for. So, as you continue travelling, the rest of the travel is fairly uneventful. You're able to find shelter and rest in the couple of towns between here and Waterdeep in exchange for helping with injuries or just kind of some manual labour and help kind of here and there. As you arrive to the outskirts of Waterdeep, you find yourself in the Northern Ward, what's called the Field Ward. This is the rundown outskirts of the city, effectively the slums that actually sit outside of the city walls. Even so, you do find it to be a somewhat pleasant place to travel through. The sound of general life happening around you. As you approach the gate, however, you notice it gets busier and busier before you see a small crowd clamouring around the gate into the city proper. Even above this noise, you hear one of the guards call out, "Enough! We've already advised you. The entrance to the city are under lockdown. A highly dangerous criminal has been spotted within the city, and we've been given the order to lock down to keep him trapped. These aren't my orders, so I can't let you through, so you're gonna need to wait and come back tomorrow." Hearing this, a fair few people within the crowd disperse, but some of them do kind of still meander around, and you realise that you won't be able to enter the city today.
I get a little agitated due to the fact that I had the vision of Waterdeep and the great evil. Maybe this is a sign of what I'm meant to do. Stop this criminal, perhaps, or at least find people that can. But it's obvious I'm not
knows?
getting in, and Waterdeep is a considerably powerful city.
Yeah, I mean, even from your memory, it's one of the most developed cities. It's essentially the capital of the Sword Coast. It's huge. To ride around, like, the walls, if you were to go all the way around, I mean, you wouldn't be able to because part of it backs onto the sea, but kind of riding from north to south takes a number of hours riding around the city. That's how large it is. So, as you said, yes, it's very much a protected city, and there's not going to be a way in tonight.
I sort of look to people nearby, the common people, not the guards,
Aye.
and be like, "Do you know what criminal this is?"
No, they ain't telling us anything. I mean, we didn't really know anything about it until the gates got locked down last night, and they've not been open all day. There's been a couple of us trying to get in, but doesn't seem to be any way through.
Maybe something came out the maze.
I mean, maybe, but you know, I'd figure that if something big had appeared in the city, they'd be trying to evacuate people out instead of locking them all in. I don't know, it just seems weird to me.
I agree with you. It seems strange to lock an entire city for one individual. There must be some very notorious evil person.
Aye.
Thank you for your time.
No worries. And he kind of glances over at you and realizes you're a traveller. He's like, do you know where you're staying tonight?
No.
Well, if I could recommend anywhere, you're probably going to have no trouble at a place called Brian's. If you head up the roads, and he kind of gives you directions to this tavern and inn that seems, from what he says, it seems like quite a quiet, simple place. You know, you don't have huge rowdy crowds. It can be quite busy, but by the same token, it's still calm and relaxing in there. It's not over the top.
You are very kind, stranger. Thank you. And I will go into my bag and give him a gold coin.
And kind of as you hand over this gold coin, he takes it and his eyes light up and he's like, he kind of looks to make sure no one else has seen what he's now got, and he kind of pockets it. He's like, no, thank you, thank you, stranger. Take care.
Have a wonderful day. I hope you get in soon.
I certainly will, and even if I don't, that certainly makes a grand day. And with that, he kind of almost scurries off, keeping a hand very firmly on his pocket,
Sort of
where
raise
this
my
gold coin is.
Buying power of a gold is much more now. Okay.
This is the slums, kind of the run-down outskirts of the city. You know, it costs a couple of copper probably for a good meal. You know, maybe a silver for a fancy bottle of fancy bottle of wine or a night's stay or something. Like a gold does people very well, especially just general kind of workers and such. Like a lot of the people that you see around you, a lot of the common folk do look like, you know, they're either farmers or traders or kind of hard labourers. They do hard physical work instead of, you know, being high and mighty and upper class and rich. You're probably looking at kind of a much lower class demographic there. So a gold is worth a lot, and he definitely seemed grateful as he ran. But with that, you do find yourself following directions and arrive outside a tavern. You see a sign hanging up, on which you see an artistic rendering of two barrels, one of which seems to be falling over, and the other one seems to be almost like rolling. And above it, you see the words, Brian's Bumbling Barrels. And you know that you found the right place.
Funny. And I'll sort of see if there's a place to put the horse.
Yes, so there is a small stable with kind of a young stable hand lad that's kind of stood there, kind of just watching people travel up and down the road. And as you kind of stop and pull the horse in, he kind of hops up from where he's just resting and kind of turns to you. He's like, "You're right, sir. You staying here for the night?"
Sort of nods and goes, "Yes, please, barkeep. I look forward to your funny jokes." Sort of looking at the sort of like pointing at like the sort of barrels outside.
The sign, yeah. And the lad's probably no older than maybe 14, 15, looks up and chuckles. "Oh, well, you'll be wanting Brian then. He's inside. I'll just be looking after the horses here. Do you want me to look after your horse, sir?"
If you wouldn't be so kind,
And yeah, he reaches over, he takes the reins from you, and you see that there's actually a number of horses that he is caring for.
Lot, lots of patronage must be with the Lock City.
Aye, sometimes the worst things to happen in regards to the city ain't the worst things for us, if you know what I mean. Means we got more people that are actually needing to stay somewhere.
Flow and ebb. It happens. Have a good evening.
You too, sir. And he kind of waves as you head off into the tavern. And
Yeah.
that is where we're going to leave your one-to-one session. Now,
Brilliant.
it is getting a little late, so what we'll do is we'll hop into the voice chat there and speak to everyone, because there is still a little bit that I could do to finish off the session that I have planned. But it depends on whether everyone's willing to continue on, because of course it is gone midnight now. So yeah. Before we do that though, is there anything that you wanted to ask me, say anything about your character, or...
No, we have got it all done.
Lovely stuff, mate. Well, with that then, we'll go ahead and hop back in the other VC. Do you want me to drag you over?
I can move, don't worry.
Lovely stuff.
Hello.
Hello! So, that is everyone's one-to-one session done.
Woo!
Yeah,
We did it!
we really did.
Good job, everyone.
Obviously it is quite late now. I
Mhm.
do have a little bit that I could do to kind of tie it off, but this is also a good point where we could finish the stream, you know? I don't want to go too late, that's why, you know, I was trying to start early, but I was the one that was running late there, so that's on me.
No, no.
That's okay.
But if people want to, we can either carry on and just get this little bit. There's a specific bit that I've written which is about all of you kind of being in the same area and stuff, or we can pick that up and have that happen next time. Let's
I'd
start
be
with
happy
that.
to do it now, so.
Yeah,
I'm fine
cool.
with going further.
Lovely
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm good.
Wonderful. Well, that is full consensus. I'm just going to very quickly grab a drink, pull up the document that I need, because this is on a separate one to everything else. Because I'm a smart bean and have put all of my different fucking things on different documents. So,
You're organized. That's what it is.
well,
Nice.
it's organised in the fact that it's in files and stuff, but it's just a nightmare because I
Yeah.
have to keep opening different documents and stuff, and I'm like, right, time for the next one.
Yeah, I
So,
feel like that sometimes.
so yeah, I'm just going to take a super quick break, quickly grab another drink. I've just finished that one, and
Sure thing.
then we'll get into doing this final little bit there.
Woohoo!
All right.
Totally fine.
5-minute break. Here we go.
Hey,
Everybody clap.
I don't. The thing is, if I want the music to play on stream, actually no, I could deafen myself, and then you guys couldn't take over. Do I trust you with my stream for a few minutes?
Oh, damn it. You've learned.
Oh, you
yes.
I
You
mean,
can
we'll be
definitely
fine,
trust
we'll be
us.
good.
definitely leave me with your audience.
Yes, you can trust us. We are good beans.
Mm.
We are good.
Well, it
You're
looks
good
like I'm going to be
potatoes.
watching my stream back, folks. I'll be back in just a minute, and I'm going to leave you in what I hope are the very capable hands of Cat, Painted, and Raz, and Hound.
Yes, very capable hands.
Back
Wait.
in a sec, folks.
Ha ha
Wait.
ha.
Let's go.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait. Alright, now to your shenanigans.
Okay, cool.
Quick potatoes for everyone.
Potatoes for everyone, yes. Let's
Yes,
plant
everyone
the
gets a
garden,
potato.
quick.
Quick, do it.
So, here's the shenanigan from myself.
Just start.
We now
planning.
drop our characters and pick up a full team of bards and go on tour.
So when Serb comes back, it's just like, where are the
We're-
characters? Oh
we're-
no, they're touring now.
Oh, we're a quintet. Was it a Barbara thing, just singing hello, hello, hello,
Hey, I'm for it.
or
Is
as
it me you're looking for? Is that the song? Sorry.
Hey Maddie, did you enjoy the fact I actually have a sickle? I have the that's it, barbershop. But yes, the sickle is for you specifically for revolution time.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yes, now the evil plans may commence. We may free Waterdeep from looks up logbook. Threat number 67. Lone rogue evil criminal.
The,
I think
I mean,
I think that's a red herring. There's gonna be more than one evil bad guy.
Oof.
yeah, well, I know what my bad character is named. And
Yes,
I think Kat has a name as well.
Yes.
But no metagaming, okay?
Oh yeah, no, we can't mess
Sorry,
it.
what were we talking about again?
Exactly.
This is where you just immediately stand up and go, my name is looks at script. Inara. And I am a wood elf, circle of the moon druid. Sits back down. My favorite hobby is talking to my looks up
There's
script
plenty of potatoes.
at cats. I also farm potatoes.
They are the
That is
best
my
of
favorite.
potatoes.
They are very neat.
You can fry them, mash them, put them in a stew.
Oh my goodness, chaos ensues. DM goes away. Oh, and now it's the fun times. Shall we just, like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Do we even
Pokemon.
need a DM? Basically,
We'll
this
just
is
do
exactly-
hot seat and DM. The other free play, whilst the other one decides to be DM for 20 minutes. So let's pull out the DMG, the Dungeons Master's Handbook for Monsters. Someone in chat give me a page number. No, it can't be Gaston this time. Go on, think of a number. Go on.
Maddie, I love that idea. Let's do it.
Intelligent check.
Gonna do an intel check.
Page 226.
226.
Divided by 3.
I can't do maths.
What is
Oh, we have-
maths?
This is why we have. This is why we have. Roll 20. All right. Okay. We'll go with. All right. Well, first we'll do 271. Oh, the chat.
What is maths?
I can hear the pages flip.
Russell,
Sorry.
Russell,
flip, flip, flip.
Thing is, I'm pretty sure Maddie knows exactly what's on this page. So.
Is it?
Oh, boy, we're fighting a shield guardian. With 140
Is that-
hero HP, it has triple our health combined.
Oh.
It also has regeneration
Oh,
and can spell.
well, that's nice.
Can also store spells. Interesting. All right, 65. Let's see what that is, shall we? Or what is on that page anyway?
So is the book written alphabetically or is it by power level?
It's done by type, so you never know what you're going to get.
Oh.
That's a Yocklaw.
Life is
She's
like
like-
a box of chocolates.
A medium fiend, demon shapeshifter, chaotic evil.
Ooh.
So it can change its shape, magic resistance. It's got spider climb. Effectively, it's a sliming, slabbering, tree-looking thing with branches that seem to sort of branch out with like.
So
almost
the
like
bad kind of
tentacles.
tree, then, yeah.
I don't like it. I'm gonna pet it.
It's Hang on, you
Are
pet it,
you a friend?
it turns into a mist form. I don't
Anything can be a friend if you try hard enough.
This needs to be hugged for a very long time, and then it'll be a friend.
It'll be your last hug.
But it'll be a good hug.
Best hug.
Yes.
Just wanted to say I am back. I just wanted to let that bit play out because I was kind of curious to see where it would end. And like see which monsters were on those pages. So yeah. How's everyone doing?
Good, good.
Good.
Yes.
Yes, we have taken over your stream. We're now all hot spotting DMing.
Oh, cool. Well, can I play then?
No,
I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
you've just got to provide exposition, a little bit of story.
Wait, don't we have to look at one more page?
So, thanks everyone for dropping in, aka everyone in chat. We are going to carry on with the session now. We have just gone through all of our one-to-one sessions, so all of you guys obviously know your place in the story, you know where your character is, and everything like that. So let's open and reveal that curtain. So where we're starting off here is within a tavern. A very typical place for starting a campaign, I know. But we are starting within a tavern called Brian's Bumbling Barrels. Each of you at different times have found your way to Brian's after not being able to gain entry into the city. You're all aware to different levels that there is some individual within the city that must be apprehended, and that is why the city is locked down. It does seem to be quite a drastic response in regards to a single person, but what are you gonna do? You can't get in. So throughout different times of the day, you have each all arrived at Brian's at different times. And lastly walking in, and the other three of you see this, Michael, you walk into the room, and just for the sake of the other players here, would you mind just giving a little bit of a description of yourself there?
I certainly can. What you see is clearly an older-looking satyr. Normally they are youthful, full of energy, and larger than life. This one is beyond unkept and uncouth, although now he's just got travel dust. Looks very tired and a little bit in a daze. His horns are overgrown and gnarly, twisted and poking above his curly, dirty white hair that has no business being past his ears. The goat legs of their famous kind is matted, yet no longer dirty, with bright green moss growing either side, which has seemed to be swept away by some form of magic. Dressed in only a faded brown waistcoat, he stumbles and uses the staff to keep himself upright, although just a little bit barely, as you can tell. Something, as he walks around, you can hear from his staff, there's something broken upon it, and that is, of course, the gem. You can see that he is quite wrinkled and a bit colourless, and he's speaking slowly a little bit to anyone who can hear him, and that's effectively Michael the satyr.
Wonderful. Well, Michael, as you enter, you see the scene before you within Brian's. You see various different punters and such, but before you can get a good look, Brian, the middle-aged human male, quite a big beer gut, and balding at the top with kind of wild brown hair. He kind of raises a hand with a big jovial smile on his face and waves you over. I suppose you'll be one of the travellers that are looking for somewhere to stay for the night.
Do you have room left?
Well, I'm sure we can find a room for you, good sir.
Fantastic. I would like a room, please, and your finest. Looks over at the back. Whatever you have.
You can see that there actually is quite a selection of different liquors and alcohol. So if there's something specific that Michael does like to drink, there'll probably be some form of it there.
He sort of like thinks as he looks at it and goes, "What would you suggest, good sir?"
Well, we've never seemed to have any complaints on our ale. A lot of people do seem to enjoy it. Although if you're looking for a little bit of a finer taste, we do have some rather nice wines. And we do have some honey mead, which is really,
Sort
really
of-
sweet and quite fantastic.
Sort of looks up at the sound of mead and goes, "Mead? Fantastic. I'll take at least a pitcher."
He smiles and kind of reaches under, grabbing a glass and a bottle and putting it on the till for you. One thing that he has said to each of you whenever you've been grabbing things is basically you pay when you leave, kind of thing. He works on a trust system and it seems to work pretty well for him.
As soon as Michael gets his meat and turns around, he is met with Letty and her bow drawn, ready to shoot him.
This is a very different person to the one that you've seen. This is a satyr compared to what you saw, which was a devil.
A sort of
Faye.
wide-eyed, sort of holding the mead like, "I haven't done anything yet."
Letty she's not quite sure why, but because Michael is a fae, there's just something deep inside her that invokes a feeling of rage and wanting to kill this creature.
Could someone please help? Sort of puts his hand up. "I would very much require assistance and no arrow in my rump."
Yeah, as this is happening and everyone's kind of almost taken aback from this situation, Mew actually looks up to you, Letty. Looks across at the satyr, and then looks back to you. Now, I know he looks like a fae, and he probably is, but he doesn't look like a bad guy. And there's laws against killing people.
"Get out, you silly bot."
Get out of here.
Letty looks at Mew and slowly lowers her bow, but she does it begrudgingly. She does see where Mew is coming from.
Yeah. He hasn't done anything. If he does, then fair enough. But don't forget that Brian is being nice to him, and Brian has opened his doors to anyone. So we gotta respect that.
"You seem
Letty
very tense. How about a drink?" Just sort of shakes the pitcher.
He looks at the picture and scoffs at him and sits back down with her back to the satyr.
"Oh well." And goes and sits off on my.
Yes.
I am
So
saying-
because this happened, Painted, do you want to give a bit of a description for Letty for the sake of the other players there?
So, Letty's not good with people due to her living in the forest and mainly just being around Gemgwyn, who was a bit of a grump himself. And the reason why she's had such a strong reaction to seeing Michael is because Letty's favorite enemy, so it's one of the ranger traits, is Faye.
Of course, yeah. And physically, like when they look at her, what do they see? That's kind of more of the kind of description I was looking for there.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
No, you're all good. You're all good.
She's a wood elf. She has copper skin, or like tan skin with flecks of copper in it, and hazel eyes, pointy ears. Not quite average sized for elves. And she's dressed in quite foresty garments, as in like leather clothes, and just ready to jump at whatever comes her way.
And yeah. So yeah, kind of a little bit like a coiled spring, almost, is the sense that you get from Letty here.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so description-wise, very much somewhat typical of what a wood elf would look like in regards to their travelling gear, the skin, the clothing, and such.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. So, as this is happening, Hounds, Parok, you and Jaru kind of look over at this commotion, and he kind of looks at the time and he's like, I think it's probably best that I go get some rest if I'm going to be catching up with my fellow veterans tomorrow. You take it easy, old friends, and I'll see you soon. I'll send an invite to you as to where you can find where we meet, so that you can come and meet some of my old friends.
Oh, okay. That works. Anyway, do you know how much alcohol is in this drink? I forgot to mention, I've never drank before. And
he kind of sizes you up and thinks like back across the afternoon, and by this point you've probably had at least 2. So, like, me taking into regard like your constitution and stuff, you're probably feeling a bit of a buzz. You're not completely hammered, but it is a fairly strong drink. It's quite a strong ale that he was given. He kind of sizes you up and down. He's like, you should be alright.
Alright, buddy.
He's just like, should be fine.
I hope you have a great day, okay?
You too.
Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. And with that, Zardud heads up to the room that he's rented for the night. Whilst this is happening, of course, like, you stand to shake his hand and stuff, and because you stand, the other players do notice your height predominantly. And for that fact, would you like to give a description of Parok there?
Yeah, so Parok is he's pretty young in terms of the world. He's about 20, 22, 23, right around there. He doesn't really know the exact day of his birth. But he is practically full grown at this point. He's about 8 feet tall, or about just shy of 2.5 meters. We actually got his weight wrong to begin with. He's about 375 pounds, roughly.
Nearly 400 pounds. Yeah.
Yeah, 170 kilos. He's, for the most part, he kind of follows the typical Goliath type of path. He keeps relatively short hair most of the time. His markings on his skin are more tribal in nature, though no two Goliaths share the same type of markings.
Yeah. So what typically happens with Goliaths is there's almost styles, so you'd have a similar style that would develop as to your tribe, but of course it wouldn't be the exact same in any way.
Yep, and overall in nature, his skin is more pale, which is typical for Goliaths due to the natural like high altitude, resistance to cold type of mentality.
Yeah, of course.
And physiology.
Lore-wise, Goliaths, of course, are half giants, is where they originally kind of come from. So there is somewhat kind of that like stone giant bloods in in you, which is of course why you have the stone's endurance, and that does show through um, in the character as well. So yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
And yeah, for the most part, that covers most of his physical features. And right now, he's currently just wearing a normal traveler's type of garb. Nothing too flashy. He didn't really have money growing up, and he really didn't take much money with him when he left. He just kind of is where he is. Nothing too crazy.
Absolutely. Um, and of course, that leaves us with good old Inara. So, Inara, you've been here probably the longest, and just being or looking like a simple traveller like you are, you probably haven't drawn too much attention to you. But just for the sake of kind of rounding it off and everyone having done their character description, would you like to go ahead and describe your character for me?
Okie dokie, girl. My character's a wood elf, and with pointy ears and emerald green eyes, with patches of moss on her arms and her face, and maybe some vines. And she's kind of average height for an elf, around 5'5". And
Yeah,
yeah.
she's just kind of wearing kind of traveling gear and
Yeah,
basic kind of clothes like such. But you are also
nothing
carrying
that
your
really
quarter
stands out.
staff,
Yes.
which is completely made out of wood and has no metal um, protruding from it or any metal parts or anything. Um, so yeah, that is Inara. So
Yep.
as each of you are then sitting at your respective tables, perhaps not even interacting, um, you do actually. Let me quickly check. Painted and so Michael and Letty, what are your passive perceptions?
Wait.
So
11.
11 for you, and so on your character sheet underneath your skills, painted, you should
14.
14. Okay,
Mhm.
lovely. So it's actually only Anara that notices the individual that steps into the room. They don't seem to draw very much attention. But Anara, you do notice an individual that steps into the room that wears a dark cloak with kind of some symbol or something on his arm, with a hood that comes up and covers some of his facial features, but you can see kind of some facial hair and kind of a heavy, kind of weather-worn skin across the parts of his face that you can see. Um, and
Sorry,
you,
was that Dinara or
Inara,
Lexi? Okay.
Inara sees that they have the highest passive perception there. Um,
Okay.
but all of you do eventually see this individual once he and Brian start arguing. It isn't like anything major, and when you're listening in, you can't make out too many details because they're kind of speaking in hushed tones, but you can see that it's getting a little bit heated. Um, and as each of you are kind of sat there watching what's going on, kind of a little bit confused, the individual, the figure that's covered, draws a blade from under their cloak, viciously stabbing up at Brian's throat. So for anything, I need to make sure that he actually does hit. Yep. Okay. So,
Not 20?
maybe. The assassin takes his blade and stabs upwards towards Brian's throat and his neck, and you see the blade actually pierce up under his chin, stabbing up into his head. And you hear distinctively the phrase, "Raphael sends his regards," come from this assassin. He then turns, looking around the room, realizing, oh shit, there's other people in here. His eyes fall on 4 of you in particular. You 4. And he smiles. He shouts a single phrase, which some of you may recognize. Catch me if you can, and if you dare, before he runs for the door. At this point, we are going to be having a fun little skill challenge. So, you guys have just seen this happen. Firstly, I'd like everyone to actually make perception checks for me. So, on your character sheet, click on perception. Okay, 15, 25,
Ooh,
nat 20.
Inara.
Very nice, Inara. Raz has got a 5. And then Parok is on the 9 there. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to edit your character sheet very quickly there, Hounds, so that you've got advantage toggle, whisper toggle, and it auto rolls damage. So at the top there, you'll now have 3 toggles. So if you need to roll advantage, which I'll tell you, you can click that. If it's a normal roll, you just click on the middle, and if it's disadvantage, you click on that.
Okay.
I've also put the toggle on there so that if I ask you to do a private roll, like directly to me, you just have to click on to GM, and then that roll will go to me directly, and it will only be you and I that can see that.
Okay.
But I was just adding those to the top of your character sheet there. What it'll also mean is instead of rolling both dice there, it will just roll 1, unless you tell it to roll advantage or disadvantage. But
Okay.
looking at the scores, Parok, Inara and Letty, you all notice this symbol. The one that I mentioned that Inara had seen, this stylized letter, and it's the letter R that's on his shoulder. Letty, of course, you specifically remember that phrase. That phrase is burnt into your mind right now, and hearing it almost sends like a spark of energy through you, like it's like a jolt of electricity hearing that. Cat, obviously you know what you know, and you're looking for a connection to the underworld and stuff happening there. This man seems to have just done something pretty illegal in favor of someone else, so you never know. And he also said a very specific name that would kind of pull a string with you. And Raz, again, as this man shouts, like Raphael sends his regards at Brian, you feel this memory, the one that you had, the devil's face, the one that was laughing and mocking you, that resurfaces again for a moment. And you remember that devil's name was Raphael. At this point, we're going to be doing something a little bit fun. I'm guessing everyone goes tearing out of the door after this guy.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
No.
No?
I want to check on Barkeep.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll quickly have you check on the barkeep, and then when we get into what's happening outside, I'll bring you in a number of rounds back, kind of thing. So you go over to the barkeep and you see that he is almost instantly been killed by this strike.
Has his thread been cut proper?
Yes. Numbers wise, I did roll a nat 20. I mean, this guy is very good with a knife and being sneaky, and if he has surprise, he can really easily hurt people. And Brian is a commoner.
Yeah.
So,
I
like,
get-
mechanically,
he
it
had
definitely did way over double Brian's health. So it's like an instant death. So yeah, you run up to Brian, and you see the blood just hemorrhaging out of this wound. The hemorrhaging is bad, but it's slowly kind of getting to a point where it's not got much force behind it. You can see that life is ebbing out of him, and there is nothing in this world that you can do with your current power that can bring him back.
I am sorry. You are beyond my help. Rest in peace. And I will then go after the.
Yeah. As
Oh.
you say this, Brian, who somehow, even though this very much is enough to have ended him, has some semblance of consciousness, and his eyes flicker for a moment, and he just locks eyes with you, and he just nods, hearing you in his final moment. And so yes, you stand up and you head outside to join that. What I'll say is that you're around behind everyone else whilst this is happening. So, this man, the assassin, he is about 30 feet away from you, and as you guys are running, and he is running, I won't have it where you guys are in initiative where you take it in turns, because if we do that, you'll catch up to him, then he'll run away, then you'll catch up to him, then he'll run away. We're going to do a little bit of a skill challenge here, where if you have any skills or abilities or even spells that you'd want to try to potentially catch or stop this person, you can give them a go and give that a try and see if that would work. So if anyone has any suggestions, you can certainly shout them out to me, but currently you are chasing this man through the field wards whilst it's starting to get quieter again because it is into the evening now. So there aren't as many people on the street, you don't see any guards or anything kind of directly around, so it's just you chasing this individual. What is everyone doing?
Would he be in range of my bow?
Definitely in range of your bow. He's he's ducking and diving down alleyways and things like that. But there are definitely moments where you'd be able to fire arrows with your bow and things like that. Are you looking to kill him?
No, I'd want to what's the word?
Incapacitate.
Yeah.
That's the word, yes.
Cool.
Too late.
Cool. So what I will ask you to do, I think I've added your longbow onto your character sheet, haven't I, as an attack?
Yep.
So yeah, if you want to go ahead and make a roll for me, and we'll see if it hits him. Okay, so unfortunately the arrow does go wide, flying over his head. Being from a forest, being from a place filled with nature, trying to hunt in an urban environment is very different to what you've ever encountered. Like this guy is kind of ducking down alleys and things like that at moments where you're not expecting him to, and it's difficult to get a shot off to hit him. So unfortunately, it seems that shooting him may not be an option.
Okay.
So, I would like to chase after him because with my athletics and acrobatics both being relatively high, I would like to be able to see if there's a way that I can either navigate like almost like parkour style in a way through these alleys,
Okay.
and see if I can't potentially either tackle him or grab him to the point where I can slow him down enough so the others can get there.
Okay. So would you prefer to make an athletic check or an acrobatics check? It's up to you. It will just depend on. It will just kind of decide what the end result of your successful roll is.
Athletics.
Athletics, fine by me. So, make your roll, buddy.
Okay, is that going to be so? Just that's normal, and then
Yeah, it will just be a normal athletics roll. If you just click on the word, it should roll it.
Okay.
12. Okay, so he is still a little further ahead than you. You know what? To make this fair, I will have him do a similar check, so it's kind of an opposed check. Let me just... There we go. Okay, so you are slowly gaining ground, but not quick enough in your minds. You know, this guy is obviously running to somewhere to try and get away. You're slowly catching up to him, but you don't know how far the running is going to continue, as it were. Of course, that is Letty that has attributed something to this. That is Parok. Inara, as you're running along there, of course you're seeing this Goliath kind of absolutely just sprinting and really pushing himself as he kind of as he's running, he bounces off these walls, kind of just throwing himself forward just to continue after this individual. You see Letty's trying to fire arrows here and there, trying to hit, trying to, you know, slow them down, but unfortunately it's difficult in this kind of scenario. What is it that you would like to do?
I would like to stay on his trail and see where he goes. Follow him.
Okay. There is something that I potentially suggest for you. I definitely think about what spells and abilities you have. There is a particular one that could be useful in this instance. Only reason I'm mentioning it is because I know you're new to D&D, so I don't know if it's something that you maybe wouldn't have thought about. But one of your spells does actually restrain people, if it works.
Go with Entangle.
Yep, sweet. That's the one. I didn't want to like make the decision for you, but I did want to make sure that you knew that the option was there. Because of course spellcasting is your thing as a druid. You know, you're going to be able to throw spells out that are going to affect different things. So with Entangle, a creature in the area when you cast a spell must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by the entangling plants until the spell ends. So your spell save DC currently is 13. And let's see how he does. Okay, so you see this Goliath kind of charging down this individual, Inara. You see this wood elf, this ranger, alongside you, kind of firing arrows again and again, trying to land a hit, but again, urban terrain difficult to fight in. And you think for a moment, thinking across all of the skills, the abilities that you've got through your connection to nature, and then it hits you, that spark, that idea. You can grow vines where this person is and try to ensnare him with it using Entangle. And you do so, you grab your staff, you reach forwards and you force magic through your hands. As this flies out, you do use one of your 2 daily spell slots. And this spell kind of careens through the air, twisting and turning as it hits the area and slowly sinks into the ground as this assassin is running into the area. As he gets there, suddenly all of the different weeds and kind of tiny little bits burst into these huge vines out of the ground, pushing through the cobbles, pushing through the stones and the walls, all reaching out and going to start wrapping around him and grabbing hold of him, keeping him locked in place. And you see he starts struggling, and it looks like for a moment he's going to escape. And another vine comes round and wraps around his waist, holding him tight, forcing him to stop being able to move. Effectively, this assassin is now considered restrained. So that was a success. So, as you all approach the area that this assassin is in, it's a little difficult to kind of step between the vines and things like that as you approach, but you do all manage to. Michael, you do manage to catch up after just a couple of moments. They weren't too far ahead of you. You could see which direction they were heading and such. And so all four of you do end up stood with this figure restrained, screaming bloody murder, trying to get his way out of this. Looking at you all with a hateful glare and a slight chuckle occasionally.
I turn to Inar and nod approvingly. Well done.
Well, obviously, this guy is insane. If you notice how he's just randomly laughing like that.
Buddy, I'm not insane. I just know how this city works. You lay a hand on me and oh boy. You've made a real mistake. Let me go.
I won't land a hand on you. And I put up the staff and slap it across his face.
Oof.
How do you know Raphael?
And he kind of looks up to you with a chuckle. Wouldn't you like to know? All of
I
you.
very much would.
All of you want to know, don't you? In the background, whilst this is happening, you do start hearing the whistles of guards and stuff slowly moving towards your location. They have heard kind of you guys kind of making your way through at high pace. There's kind of been a bit of clatter and a bit of noise. So they're coming to investigate, but you do still have some time. That's just the sounds that you're hearing in the background.
Letty grabs him by the throat, trying to get something out of him.
And he kind of chuckles and he looks you in the eye. Oh, I I fucking know. I know why you're after him. You're
So,
angry, aren't you? Like, he's struggling against it, but in his current state, he's not intimidated, as it were.
All
He
she
looks at him and realizes that this might be... we might not be able to get anything out of him, so she tries to look through his pockets.
Okay, so easy enough. You would be able to kind of reach through the vines and do that. Whilst you're doing that, Parok, you were saying something there.
I was gonna. So what's the order of events? Is she picking the pockets first, or?
So like she's kind of grabbed him by the throat, asked him, you know, what's going on.
Okay.
He's laughed about it, and then she's at the point where she's kind of reaching for the pockets and kind of untucking them to be able to get to them, kind of as you're stepping in.
Okay. What I would like to do is something that he's learned in his training to make people talk is to really make people hurt, and he's gonna try to throw a punch into his kidney area and try to cause him to some pain to make him talk.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. What I'll do is I will add an unarmed attack onto your character sheet there. Strength.
They are torturing this guy in the middle of the street.
There you go. So it is currently just a +3 because you don't have proficiency in unarmed strikes, but it is 4 points of damage every time you hit.
What was that again?
So I've added it on your character sheet. It's +3, which is your strength modifier, to hit, and then it's 4 points of damage.
Okay.
So if you make a roll, and then what I'll do is I'm going to have him make a roll as well, and then we'll see how he stands. So yeah, roll your damage, and I'll take into consideration like this being like a big intimidation check with him.
Okay.
I
Only
mean,
supposed to go through once.
it's all good. I mean, he is. I mean, you hit. It definitely seems to hurt him. But he doesn't seem to fully have kind of that pain that you were trying to trigger in him there. Yeah, no, he still has kept hold of his resolve, and he's just kind of chuckling to himself. Oh, you don't fucking get it, any of you, do you? Raphael fucking runs this city. You try and do anything against him, you're gonna disappear quicker than I could.
Seeing that these two are trying to get information through a lengthy process, can I go and... I'll sort of look at Anara and be like, could you help me stop the guards from finding us too soon?
I'll nod to him and say, of course.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask. What kind of roles do I ask you to do here? Could I get both of you to roll either a persuasion or performance?
Okie dokie.
Like whichever's better for you. Inara, both skills are the same for you. Yeah, so that's a 6 from Michael and a 2 from Inara there, folks. So, as both of you kind of agree to this and head off, you kind of start clambering around, trying to make some noise, just trying to distract the guards. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be working super well, Michael. You do have one or two guards that seem to break off from the group and are heading kind of in your direction that you can see. But if we go back to Letty and
Pockets? Pockets.
Parok
Do we
there?
have anything?
So, going through his pockets, you find a number of things. You find a few vials, one of which is empty, and the other two which, all three are matching, but the other two have a dark green liquid inside them. They aren't labelled or anything, they just have a dark green like vial of something. One of which is empty. There's kind of traces of this dark green liquid in this vial, but it's empty otherwise. You do find he has other knives and such on him. He does seem to carry multiple of them. And you do find some money. Apart from the letter, like the logo that's sewn onto his cloak on his shoulder, there doesn't seem to be anything that signifies who he is or what he's there for.
So I think at this point, since the initial strike really didn't do much for him, I think Parok is gonna move to where he's positioned behind him and then try to replace Painted's character, but actually do like almost like a sleeper hold slash rear, or like a neck hold to
Like
try to
chokehold,
cause
yeah.
him to like a chokehold.
Are you trying to cause him to pass out?
Trying to cause him to if he surrenders before he passes out, that's the goal. If he passes out, then that's an unwanted side effect.
Oh, okay, cool, yeah. So you kind of get into position and start kind of choking him. Kind of just saying words in his ears like, you know, you better tell us what you know. Words to those effects. Can I get you to make an intimidation check? What I'm gonna do is, let me have a quick look at your cat sheet here. So you do have a -1 in charisma, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna replace the -1 with the +3 that you get from strength. So I'll add 4 to whatever you roll there.
Okay.
So it's like a strength intimidation rather than a charisma one. So that would equate to a 15. So as you're kind of holding him there and you're choking him viciously, like he's starting to see colours and he's like really gasping for breath and he's kind of clawing at your hand where he can move his like slightly to pull at you. And he's like, wait. Are you really trying to fucking kill me? Like he's really fighting and just seems to be confused that you're actually trying to kill him. Or seems to have mistaken it as you're trying to kill him.
It's like, I'm going to unless you tell us what it is that we want. Why did you kill the barkeep?
I just got paid to, mate. Raphael offers you a job and offers to pay you for it. You kind of take it.
So is there an employer between you and Raphael?
Me specifically, nah. But other people, there's a few people around. Few people that, listen, look, I really can't say anymore. Like, you can kill me here and now, but he'll fuck me up even worse.
So you're willing to die here because you're afraid of Raphael.
Listen, mate, you can kill me here, or if he realises I've talked, he'll eat my fucking soul. So, you know, 2 choices.
So I'm gonna look up to the elf. What do you think about this?
Letty kind of like flinches at the mention of eating one's soul, thinking back to that moment with Gangwin. And she says, like, Raphael is definitely able to eat the soul, so this is probably correct. Would you be able to tell us anything that would lead to Raphael?
At this, he kind of, even though he's still like, because Parok, you've probably loosened your grip so that he can breathe, but you've not let go of his neck by any means. So like, while still trying to breathe, he kind of chuckles softly. You gotta look everywhere, all the way up and all the way down. And after he says this, Michael and Inara, you both realise very, very soon the guards are going to be upon the two people that you've met and the assassin. You can attempt to try and distract them, but rather than just making noises and distract them, this would be directly speaking to them and trying to distract them.
Is it possible to head back and actually just speak to the two?
Yeah, you can head back to the to both the Goliath and the Wood Elf that are there. Inara, are you doing the same there?
I guess so.
Okay, cool.
I'll look to this Wood Elf and be like, where are the guards coming from? Do we have a way out so we can't be seen with the killer?
I don't think so.
Sort of go back to the other ones and sort of look to those two and go, I would like to warn you that the guards are about to be on top of us. We either want to stay here and explain why we're with the killer, or make ourselves disappear. To which I will do. I don't want to talk to the guards. I'm going to effectively hide.
Okay, I will need you to make a stealth check. Anyone else that is not wishing to speak to the guards, I am going to need stealth checks, because the guards are just about to round the corner.
I would also
I-
like to take the green files and rip off the R from the shoulder if possible.
Ripping off the R, you unfortunately wouldn't be able to do in the few moments that you do have. But what you have in your hands, what you've taken from his pockets, you can certainly keep hold of. You can kind of just stuff them into your own pockets and then dive out of the way. So let me have a look. Parok, I'm guessing you're going to be stood there then, because you're the only one not having made a stealth check.
Yeah, because I think I'm gonna try to talk to the guards as a fellow soldier, a fellow militiaman, a fellow soldier.
Okay, yeah, cool. The guards round the corner and come from a couple of different directions, having heard, like different squads having heard this kind of hubbub. As they do head round, you obviously are spotted, Parok, and as kind of they're coming through, and like looking as they're travelling towards what this source of noise is, Michael, you do also see that a guard does spot you. He sees you kind of standing to one side, like out the way, trying not to be involved,
Oh, I'm gonna
and
play
moves
the old.
on.
Oh, that's good.
He
I'm gonna play
seeing
the
your
old
appearance.
crazy.
Yeah, seeing your appearance, he kind of assumes that you weren't involved, you don't want to be involved, like just wrong place, wrong time, and just moves on. So, Parok, you do have a number of guards all surrounding you now, some with their weapons drawn, but none pointed their weapons directly at you. A few of them seem to recognise this individual that is currently still restrained by vines, and in your grasp. And they do have weapons trained on them. Seemingly one of the captains kind of looks at you a little quizzically and goes, "Alright, what's going on here?"
Hey, thank you, sir, for just coming up here. We finally caught the killer. Just a
We? And he kind of looks around.
well, we as in you guys. I mean, here's the thing, right? You see, sir, I'm sorry to say this. I'm
Okay.
from the country, and I get kind of confused a little bit when I come to this big city. There's so many people. It's part of my dialect. I don't mean anything by it.
Alright,
But-
alright. So, what happened here?
So I was up at the bar, and Brian's Bubbling Barrels.
I know the place. We've just had some of our men come back from there with a report.
Yeah. So I was
They're
I
over
was
there
just
currently gathering that report.
Yeah, so I was just up there drinking some of the finest alcohol I've ever had. As you can tell, still kind of young, so I don't really get an opportunity to drink too often. And all of a sudden, this man that I'm holding right here comes bursting through the door, kills the barkeep, and then runs like a banshee, like a bat out of hell. And me trying to be the good guy that I am, because I'm also a guard from my old little village. My instincts kicked in and I chased after him, and that's where we're at today, right here, right now.
Right. And he kind of looks at you, looks at the guy, kind of sizes up the situation, and believes you. Some guards step forwards and grab hold of the guy's arms, enough of the guards so that he wouldn't be able to move, he'd be immobilized, and they kind of look to you, asking you to release him.
And I release him and slowly step back. and I let
Okay.
them do the thing.
They kind of look curiously at the vines that are still growing that are actually entangled and held, like actually the things that are holding, restraining him. And they kind of just give you a bit of a look. But by that point, the timer has passed and the spell does actually fade. So the vines kind of pass away as they look up to you, and they just kind of they shake it off. And the heads, kind of the captain of the guard that's there, turns to you and says, "Look, we've had a lot happen tonight. We've had a lot of reports. We've taken statements from each of the individuals in the tavern. Um, Unfortunately, Brian has passed. He did not make it. So we will need to take your statement. And should there be anyone else that did assist you in this," and he kind of glances down at the vines and then back at you, not saying anything, but please advise them that we would need to corroborate everybody's story on this so that the justice system can have the best chance of being able to put this man away for life.
Yes, sir. And I will do my best to, 'cause I mean, again, it was just me. I don't, now, this man, I don't know if he was crazy. I don't know what's going on, but he mentioned a name, and then,
I sort of like walk out from my hiding spot, sort of like gathering as much attention to me as possible.
And yeah, and the guard kind of does have his attention drawn away from you there, Parok, as he turns to look at this old satyr.
I sort of go,
oh, hey, Grandpa, are you okay?
I don't know.
Here, sir, I'm sorry. Let me go take care of this guy. I'm gonna go see if we can't find something to help him with that cough. Is there anything I need to do to help you guys out right now? Because I mean, you can tell he's getting little winded.
No, of course, no. If you could report to the Citadel tomorrow once the gates are open, they will be open as per dawn. And just so that we can, of course, reconfirm your corroboration of the events. And if this is the individual that we are in pursuit of, there potentially may be a reward for assisting in such a manner. I can't
Yes,
speak
sir.
on that. That would come from above my head. But please, if there were anyone else involved, have them come and speak to us as well, so that we can confirm the fact. You know what? Just go take care of him. And he kind of waves you off. And with that, the
Yes, sir.
guards do take the individual into custody, and they do disappear in the direction of the gate. With that, Inara and Letty, you can each step out of your hiding spaces, kind of looking to each other. Wood elves are known for being somewhat stealthy, being able to hide themselves in even the lightest of obscuration. And both of you know for a fact that that may have helped in this scenario. So you kind of give each other a bit of a look and a bit of a nod, just knowing that your racial skills have definitely helped keep you both out of the attention line there. But the four of you gather, and that, my friends, is where we'll be leaving off for session 1 of this D&D campaign.
Yay!
Awesome.
Sounds good.
So yeah, I did want to ask, do we want to do this as a weekly thing or a bi-weekly thing where we do it every other week?
I'm fine with weekly.
Yeah, I can do either one. I guess it depends on how long we're actually going to run the session. Is it going to be like a 2-hour or 4-hour deal?
Yeah, I mean, tonight it certainly did run on a lot longer than I was kind of expecting it to. I'm going to be looking for typically 3-hour is kind of the golden time, you know. It'll mean that if there's any combat or anything, we have enough time to be able to resolve that in a session, not just be you guys start the session, get into a fight, and you end the session by ending the fight. So, you know, it allows like roleplay on either side of that. Of course, I have said to you guys that I will be adding in a downtime system. It is something that once we get more into the campaign, like we'll properly get off the ground, but I will be tracking everyone's kind of downtime from now, and effectively every like real life day that passes, you get a downtime day. So if we play weekly, you'll have 7 days of downtime that you can use at the start of the session to, you know, work on any specific skills or anything you want to do. Or if we play every other week, then we can do it so that you've got the 14 days there. But of course, that is something that we'll go into and we'll figure it out kind of as we go. But yeah, I very much hope all of you enjoyed that. I do apologise, it was somewhat convoluted in the way that the one-on-one sessions happened. I did want to, of course, keep kind of it like a one-on-one session where people felt kind of that that focus on them as I went through them, but I know that on the same token it then left each of you guys kind of hanging around just chatting or doing whatever in Discord whilst you were waiting for your turn and such. Like I said, from next week there's not going to be any like one person goes off on a solo adventure. Like you'll all be kind of based together, and this will be kind of the start of the campaign where, you know, we all start the campaign and the session together rather than doing one-on-one and one-on-one.
Sounds good.
Not gonna lie, you kind of turned into Pac-Man there for just a second. One-on-one.
Yep, I did think that after I'd said it. I was like, huh, okay. But yeah, I hope all of you enjoyed it. I know that a lot of people in stream certainly seem to. I know that I haven't responded to all comments that have come through tonight. It is just the way that D&D happens, because we're going to be focusing on the story a lot. But I've seen a lot of people say that they've been really enjoying listening into it. It's been real good fun for them. I hope all of you guys have had as much fun as I have, party members. And we will be back next week or the week after.
I'd be for the weekly thing as well. But yeah.
You'd prefer it to be each week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, sir, you've done an amazing job today, so thanks.
Yes, thank you very much,
Well, thanks,
Cerberus.
guys.
Yes. Clap.
I appreciate that. Well, let's do it then. Every Saturday night for us, every Saturday afternoon for you Americans, we will do our session. I'm gonna try and be a lot better on it next week so that we actually start at like 9 PM sharp. We'll play from 9 PM through to midnight, so that's 3 hours. And then kind of that'll be the golden kind of time for the session. It isn't too long that, you know, it gets too late into the night for some of us that are over here in the UK, but also I don't want to start any earlier because I don't want it to be like ridiculous early for you guys over in America. But yeah, we'll be back with the D&D campaign next week, folks. Next Saturday then.
Woo. Yay!
Sounds good.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to deafen myself just to go say goodbye to stream, and I'll be back in just a minute to chat to you guys.
Okie dokie.
Hey.
Well, folks, it went better than I thought it would. It did go incredibly well there. I'm really grateful to all of the other players. They've been super kind of attentive. They've paid attention to everything that's been happening tonight, and it's frankly just been incredible. I've had so much fun. I know that it's a different style of content creation to what I've done in the past. It's a very different kind of stream to what I do in regards to being super reactive to stream. But I absolutely loved it. Like I said, we are going to be back next week for some more fun. I'm just having a look to see who is live that we can send some love over to. Let's send some love over to Luke. I did it. Hell yeah. Yeah, I did it, Maddie. Josh, really enjoyed that. Can't wait for the next session. Awesome to see you do DMing. I appreciate it. I mean, it's literally in my name. I had to get started and actually do it at some point. But yeah, things are going to change over time with the stream, but that's the way that it goes. We folks are going to go show some love to our friend Luke Kenobi. He's currently streaming some Call of Duty Modern Warfare. And yeah, I'm sure he's gonna absolutely love the love. Things are still going to be updated, they're going to be changed. It may take us a bit of a while just to get absolutely everything set up and running as we want it, folks. But it was pretty good. It was pretty good. And I had an absolute blast. I appreciate it, folks. Now, head on over with this raid, go show Luke some love, and if you haven't already, drop a like. I think he's a brilliant content creator and a brilliant streamer. Again, another member of the 99 incredible gaming community. Anyway, folks, I'll be back tomorrow with what? I don't know. Much love. Bye-bye.